What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Um, ooh, kind of hot. It just got hot like real quick. Like I don't know what the hell. Um, I um I said I was gonna do part two of yesterday's stream today, right? Which that was my plan. Now, in my world, plan changes on the drop of a dime, baby. And like just in an instant, I can change my mind, and that's the good thing about you know being bomb, I guess. Being bomb. She can do what you want to do when you want to do it, how you want to do it, as it relates to my channel. You know what I mean? I can't do that in the real world everywhere. Of course not, right? They got rules, regulations, and all kinds of shit. And somebody tried to convince yesterday on the panel that there's societal rules, or I don't know exactly how they titled it, but it was ridiculous, that people have listened to people online that they don't know. And what they do is they grab up little bits and pieces of information. I'm wondering how I hit his TV, even though it's muted. Oh, my sound bar is on. Let me turn this TV off. Okay, cool. Um, so anyway, I was gonna do part two because I started off yesterday. I get where I found out that the people that I've been sitting over there at night with, that they're new to the area, right? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I thought maybe they had been here, they just in a different sector, and we stumbled across them. But it seemed like they haven't been here very long. So, that gave me a different outlook on a different outlook on them. Okay. I had to look at them. I noticed this not to insult them, but I look at them like they're infants, which means they're new to the area, which could be very yeah, well, anyway, it could just be what it gonna be. Okay, what it's gonna be. Um, and how they handle it will depend on whether they'll remain or not. The good thing is they do have a group of people over there who's giving them information. Now, whether they take the information or not, that's on them. That's on them, and it has nothing to do with me. Um, but remember yesterday I was reviewing a video over there, and I apparently they so some of them are so babyfied, so infantile, so young, I guess. So, and I would use the word stupid, and I am going to use the word stupid. Um, that they don't know when you review something, right? When you review it, that means you're playing it, like you play it in real time. We all get to see what happened instead of me just making it up and putting my own spin on it. I played it, right? We play it exactly how it went, and then I could give my commentary on it from there. And that erases all the bull crap that somebody was accusing me of doing over there. They was accusing that I was lying and I was making shit up. And I was like, hey, I was actually playing the actual video, right? I literally played the video and then I made my commentary. That was even a part in the video um yesterday when I said um that I've come across 1 million um people. Now I thought that I said 1 million people in my lifetime, but the guy had asked how many women, and I said, well, I've been around about 1 million, um, and I said 1 million women, right? Now, even in that, I didn't know I had to be, I had to break it down to where maybe it's been 1/4 of 1 million or maybe I'm two away from a million, or two. As soon as I come across two women, I'm gonna make a million. I didn't know it was that, but that's what people resort to when they not making their point, when their point doesn't stick. So they go to uh, those things, right? Anyway, so while I was reviewing, I told you all, hubby's sick. Hubby came, got in the bed, and I didn't want to interfere with his sleep, right? He's sick. He need to get his rest. And I'd be in here sewing all night. Although the lights be off, my sewing machine has a great light on it, so I don't really need light. But the machine running, and I do so pretty fast. Like it goes, zzz, what I mean, as fast as this machine can go. So I noticed that I I like making noise that I don't intend to make because I listen. I actually have the sound in my ears. I listen to music, and if I'm on a panel, I'm listening to what they're saying so I can participate. You know, um, it keeps me going, keeps me being able to work. I enjoy being on certain people panels, and I told y'all that I found this guy's channel, right? Um, and so far, he seems to be real down to earth, right? He lets you come up and he allows you to speak your mind. I had nothing negative to say about him at all. Now, um, so anyway, after I ended my stream, I was, setting everything away, trying to figure out, what I'm gonna do with it, if I'm gonna put a thumbnail on it. I ain't got time for all of that. I'm gonna be honest, right? Um, so then I noticed they were live, and I was like, oh shit, he looked mad already, right? So it looks like they do have a time when he goes live because I did hear him last night say 10 o'clock tonight. So maybe that's the time they go live, right? Which is cool for y'all to know if y'all gonna come over and hang out. I think it might be a good new area if y'all want to, right? I'm not making people go anywhere, but that's where I probably will be meeting some really nice new people. I enjoy uh coming across new people. I do. Anyway, but what I didn't know, like when I went over there, because I was like I have a couple of devices here, right? I have a iPad on side of me, brand new that I rarely ever use. It's not even signed under my Bomb Cherry name. It's signed under my Bomb Cherry Live name, right? Um, and that's because of my grandson when he comes. For some reason, he got his own iPad, he got his own iPhone, but he likes to grab my iPad because my iPad don't have restrictions that his iPad does. Okay, so I know that his mom and dad can see everything he does on his iPad, but they can't see nothing he does on my iPad. And that boy is smart. Okay, that little boy is smart. Anyway, but I was on my phone and I saw, so I said hi, but I couldn't hear anything they was talking about on the panel. I just said hi to, the host and everybody. There's a few people, A-Dub, SD, few people that I saw over there that I know, like from other spaces and things. So I say hey to them, but I really couldn't hear anything. So while I was typing to them, and you could tell when I'm on a computer versus a phone, depends on what I call you, right? When I'm on a computer, I can put just two letters in and your whole name will pop up, and bam. I really enjoy that. I do not like texting on phones, y'all. And to me, my iPad is just like me texting on my phone. I do not like that. Okay, that's for you younger people, and y'all may like that the mobile devices versus the computers, and I like the computers versus the mobile devices. But I only say this because when I ended up switching to my computer, where I could really pay attention to what people were saying, somebody had informed me that they was already talking about me. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. Because as soon as I said hi, and then I was able to hear what they were saying, I didn't hear nobody mention my name. So I was shocked. So I was like, oh, they was talking about me. And so then I'm wondering, well, then why they not still talking about me? Like once I came in, did they stop? And that person said, no, you was here, and it looked like you was here when they were saying something about you. And I was like, I didn't hear anything. So I said, so instead of me backtracking, because I don't even know if I could backtrack on their channel, you gotta have your channel set up that way where people can rewind. Okay. Um, everybody don't have their channel set up that way, but some people do. I like for people to be able to rewind because I like to rewind my own stuff if I have to. Y'all know what age we in. There, people will lie and say they didn't say anything. You know what I mean? And they'll lie and say what they just said out of their mouth. They'll say they didn't say it. Okay. Um, so I like to have the rewind on it. And for those who may have a new channel, you don't know, I think it's called DVR. It's like the DVR your channel, and that means where it could be rewind. So if you didn't catch the beginning, but you're in the chat, you can actually rewind it and go back. Now there was some people who didn't like that. Like Tommy Sotomayor used to have a channel where you couldn't rewind. He wouldn't let you rewind nothing. No, okay. I can see the benefit in that because if I say something and I don't want people to go back and grab it so they can make their little clips, like if they don't catch it right then and there live, then they don't get to capture it. So that's the good thing about not having DVR on, especially if you're a liar or you may say things that you don't want people to go back and grab. Okay. Anyway, so I'm figuring out I shouldn't have to rewind because hey, we all adults. And I'll just like, hey, I get on the pen, I said, I heard y'all was talking, like, why y'all stopped and what it was about. And I noticed that people didn't really want to talk about it. Told me that time was over. We done moved on. Okay? That's what they said. Not they, a person said that. So I was like, okay, I got all night. They're gonna be up at least on it till about 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. I said, I got time, baby. I'm not impatient, baby. And I have a memory, when I'm gonna bring it back up. So anyway, I didn't know what was said. Because even when I ended up asking them, the young lady who now she's Rose, by the way. Okay, Rose. Y'all know I usually don't call people out by name, right? I really don't do that. Um, yeah, I really like in my titles, you don't rarely see anybody's names. And if you do say their name, that means it's a full-on attack on them, right? So I don't really do that. But I think I'm gonna do things a little different in 2026, baby. Okay? To make it just a little more interesting, because I don't give a fuck. Anyway, listen, so I'm over there and I asked, like, hey, like, what did y'all, like, I'm here now because I think Trey had to take a phone call. He said it was an important phone call that he had to take. So he took the phone call and he said we can, um, talk about whatever. So that's what we started to do. Somebody brought up something. I think it was scam. Scam likely was over there, y'all. Scam likely brought up some things, and then after he talked, and then I asked, well, hey, while we got some time, I'm up here. Like, can y'all tell me what y'all was saying? Oh no, we can't do that because we moved on. And I said, well, Trey is on the phone right now, and he said, we take another time. Like they wanted to skip over that shit entirely. So then it got my curiosity even a little more peaked because I'm like, well, shit, you could talk about me behind my back, but I'm here right now and you can't bring it up. Okay, cool. So anyway, we gonna fast forward a little more. Trey came back, started back on the conversation that they were talking about. I thought it was gonna be an interesting conversation, you know. Um, what they call it, the Proverbs woman. I can't remember if the number is like a 21, 22, or whatever. I'm not sure. Okay. So don't get me lying on that. Um, anyway, eventually, I asked the question again. Okay. A couple hours later, I asked the question again. Now the young lady Rose don't want to talk about it because she don't want to talk about it because she says the person isn't there because he left, right? The person that left. So now, remember, I'm asking the question. I didn't rewind or anything. I'm asking the question, and she making it seem like, well, it had something to do with him. And I'm like, well, you didn't say that. I said, when y'all was talking about me, I wasn't here. You had no problem with it. You know what I mean? It's like the gall of some of these ratchet ass bitches. Oh, I forgot. She didn't like the fact that I was cussing over here. Now, apparently their rule over there is no cussing. I just found it out last night, right? And abide by people. I abide by people rules on their panels. If they have a rule of don't use this and don't use that and don't do this, once I lock it down, lock it in, if I want to participate, I don't have a problem following the rules that they set forth. I just wanted to know though, the rules there is not the same rules here. Okay. So apparently she was like, well, you was over there and you was calling me this, that, and this, and that, and that, and this. I'm like, yeah. Like, you crying about me using the B word? You crying about me calling you a bitch? What? Call myself a bitch. Like, okay, check. I got that messes your mind up, that fucks you up, that gets you upset. Check. Now, to be honest, you already know if I put a check, I'm gonna keep that check. That's that's a part of what I do, babe. You you weak enough to tell me what your weakness is, and then I put it in my pocket. It's like magic. You know what I mean? It's like magic. You have informed people of your weaknesses. Now, my mom and dad, and even the elders around me, and even my older cousins and shit, even some of my younger cousins, man, we learned a long time ago that you never give away your weakness. We all have weaknesses. Once people find out what your weaknesses are, they know how to get you going, baby. They know how to get you to crash out. That's what y'all call it today, crash out, right? Um, yeah, I don't, I have a couple of weaknesses, and I inform people when they cross them. I'm letting you know, hey, I don't like you talking about my husband who ain't even here, because I'm not talking about anybody in your family who not here. I don't know them people, and I'm not talking about them. And you don't know my husband, and so you shouldn't be talking about it. I'm letting everybody know that is something that will get me crashing out. They can take it as they will and play with me if they want. And then whatever I do in my crash out mode is what it is. And it is what it will be. You see? Um, but anyway, long story short, because I want everyone to get to it. Um, I then decide right before I start this live, let me go and see what really was said. And lo and behold, she wanted to know because she learned, and Rose, by the way, who never mentioned something she said, she tried to make it seem like it's what Monty said. I think that's his name, Mont. Um, but it's something because that's the name I called him, right? But he had another name that was ratchet as fuck, right? While they acting like they business people, baby. Let me tell you something. God damn. It's crazy, baby. Um, anyway, so the question was, can she learn anything about a marriage from Bob? Now, if she would have asked that question, we would have been able to get somewhere. Because I've been here. First of all, I've been on the internet for over 30 years. And in my lifetime, I have not been the person who bragged about me being married. So let me give you the tea. Let me give you the ingredients. Let me give you this. Let me give you that. I don't do that unless I'm asked. And even then, my answers usually are the same because we're not the same people. You're not me. I'm not you. Whoever you get with isn't my husband, and my husband isn't that person you get with. And so I tell people how to be good people, how you need to be an understanding person, how you need to be the type to communicate. I even explain what happens when there's no communication, right? For those who of you who've been listening to me for years, when I told y'all I wanted a divorce, and listen, y'all hear my point of view when I say I wanted a divorce. We ain't never had no conversation with my husband, so he could tell you whether he wanted a divorce at some time in our 36, 37 years. So I hope I never come off like I want to divorce him. He didn't want to divorce me. Listen, we had our journey in these 30 something years of marriage. Okay. And communication, when people say communication is key, it is. It could be the difference on whether you remain married or not. Okay. Um, so anyway, I'm not on here telling people how to be married, but I ain't gonna lie, that would be a money maker for me if I stood on the side, any side, any side of the whether I'm a conservative wife or liberal, right? Any one of those sides, if I stood firm on and just wanted to tell women and men how to be married, I could make good money. But I would be doing a lot of lying. I've already said, hey, listen, people wanted me to be the matchmaker. It's a good idea. I know I can do it because I have done it in the years. But it can't be just an encompassing thing where we talk about is it the majority or the minority? That's ridiculous. Life don't work that way. I would have to sit down, have a conversation, get to know a little bit about you. You would have to be honest in your information to me, you know? And then I could give you some ideas on what type of person you're looking for, possibly where you can even find these people. But remember, young people don't want to listen because y'all say, hey, that sound outdated that you going to only be with somebody locally. I've been saying that for years. And these long distance things, they do not work. And then the people who get married ended up finding their person locally. Now, let me tell you, it's fun to be dating all over the globe, to get to know people all over the globe. But the thing is, you don't have to date people to get to know people all over the globe. You ain't got to do all that. Everything, all that dating all over the globe. You got a girlfriend and she's in Africa and y'all speak on the phone and y'all might FaceTime each other, right? Hopefully you are, because if you ain't FaceTime, if you don't know what this person look like, then um it's possibility that they not who they say they are. Okay. And how in the hell you dating long distance, but they don't have access to show you who they are. Okay. I can tell you why that's a good thing, why people fall for that. Because people like the idea of being in relationships without actually being in a relationship. I mean, just imagine you could be who you want to be. You could make it up. You can literally, and they'll love you for who you made yourself out to be. Now you in an imaginary relationship. and it may feel good. You might start singing. Oh, well, like you in one of these goddamn what they call them musicals and shit. Look away. Like you could just be anything in this imaginary life that you created around somebody who is creating that fake ass life too. And it can make you feel good though. It can make you feel good. And I think a lot of people will be able to survive on that. And I don't think anything wrong with it as long as they understand that it's fake. And a prime example of that is the show Catfish. Catfish. Y'all ever watch that show? TV show? Man, Catfish I used to be like in awe and shock. But the part that I was in awe and shocked about wasn't the people lying. It wasn't the fact that you be online lying to people about who you are and what you look like and shit like that. That wasn't the part that had me in awe. Because I told you I used to do that, right? I used to write stories. And my stories, man, I'd have been every ethnicity with everybody type from story to story, right? Um, I've done the phone thing where men paid just to talk to me on the phone. They tell me what their fantasy is, and then I talk them through it. So none of that shocked me. The part that shocked me is the meeting part. The when they decided to meet each other, they just like I've been lying about everything about myself. I done told these people that I'm a white woman, thin, long blonde hair, you know what I mean? And then I'm an ice skater or some shit like that, right? Look away, look away. And then that's what I kept up in my story for about a year, 2 years, 3 years, you know what I'm saying? And then I fall in love and then I want to meet. But then now I got, well, I would like to meet you, but I there's a few things that I lied about. And now you got to start giving them little bits of your lies and let them know, and you hope that they love you too, to where you can slip in and let them know, well, I'm not really this thin woman. But I'm quite sure they start off, well, my hair not really long and blonde. Cut it. I, I cut it. I'm sorry. That's not, I cut it. I'm actually a brunette. Oh, oh, oh. And then eventually they be like, oh, that's okay. Because I can see what somebody say, oh, it's okay. Then you're a big girl, and then you hoping that you possibly because you now you really in love, you now think maybe you could lose the weight, but you're not really trying to lose the weight because you don't really, you know what I mean? Like if it was so easy for you to lose the weight before, you would have done it. So it's not gonna just disappear overnight, right? So anyway, you gotta then inform them well, and you hope that they're gonna accept it that like I gained some weight. I want you to know that through the couple of years I met you, I've gained weight. And that person who thinks that they love you too, they might say, "Oh, I understand that. I love you. Like I love you for who you are." Right? You hoping that it'll be accepted. Sometimes it is. That if the other person really like they really love you, like they love how you make them feel when you text them, when you ask them about their long day, when they're able to call you when they're angry about something and you just listen to them, they fall in love with that shit. And then eventually, the one that kind of you can't just explain away, like with gaining up some weight or cutting up the hair, You have to inform them that I'm not white. I'm actually black. Wait, what? Wait a minute. You didn't like, okay, you done took the long blonde hair away. Oh, you done took the thin, absolutely size zero woman away. And now you done took you done took everything away. And you can't even claim that you just gained color. you you gained some melanin through the 2 years that y'all been talking. And some people might even be okay with that. They'd be like, oh, I just love you as the person you are. Like how you make me feel. But then you got to understand that everything about this person was fake, made up, including how they make you feel. They make you feel that way because they want you to like them. Everything about how they made you feel because they was, they had a confidence about themselves. Now you got to realize they don't really have that confidence in themselves. It was all made up. They was cocky, you know what I mean? And yeah, I do this and I do that, but they don't do none of that. It was all made up. So the making up of the stories of people doing this shit online, that's not shocking to me. That's not shocking to me. That's what the internet used to be for a lot of us. In fact, we all knew not to use our real name, never tell them who you really are, da 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 da. All that shit was what we was told when we first came to this internet. You never knew who you was talking to. But then people wanted to meet each other. Like, wait, what? You done lied about everything in your life. And then you told them that you was accepting of them being a bigger dude, right? You was okay with them being a black man, even though you're a white woman. You claim to be a white woman, he a black man. You okay with him being chunky and chubby or fat. You okay with all that. You let him feel like he is loved by somebody he thought he could never be in love with or who would love him back. And then come to find out you are not that person. And you still want to meet. Like when you're not in front of them, everything can look as beautiful as a person wanted to be in their mind. And then when you standing there for real life though, looking like an ogre, and I'm not saying that the person is attractive or not, but you're not what you portrayed to be. You look the opposite, totally. You look totally the opposite. And now you done took away the dream. You done took away the fantasy. You done took it away. Now, that's why a lot of you will be okay with sex dolls as your girlfriends. You're going to be happy. At least so you think. That's what you think. But it's ridiculous, right? Um, you're going to you're going to be okay with the lies. So many of us on the internet, we listen to people say what they say and we're willing to accept it. And it's ridiculous though. If you can't get the real information from your family members, then why would you grab this information from strangers? Now, you may not have a family member, right? Because they got a lot of people in this world who parents were not there, right? For various reasons. They passed away, you was adopted, you know what I mean? You was a ward of the state, or the parents you have don't suffice what you need, and then you think that you can't learn anything from the people who you at least know, and you can learn everything from the people you know, even if you disagree with them. Oh man, that's where the important messages come from. Because the people you know even if they what you call ain't shit, you can literally see what ain't shit people look like, what they do and don't do, how they and don't act. You can learn that that's not how you want to be in the world. And it's legit though. It's real. You literally are living with what you might call a mother or father who you want to be nothing like. You don't want to be nothing like them, and you don't want to be dealing with nobody in life that's anything like them. And see, that's real information though. You see, you've been raised with someone that gave you information, real information. You don't want to raise your children like you was raised. That's real information. You know that the people you're talking about in your life, you know that they real, they legit ain't shit. They are they they legit real good people. They they may not have the money, but that you saw how they moved in the world. They are caring people. May not been able to buy you a whole lot, but what they did get you, it meant the world to you. And they really loved you in order to make that shit happen. That's the real shit. But people would rather get online and get information from people they know nothing about. Don't know anything about them. Everything about them could be fake, aka Kevin Samuels, aka Anton Daniels. Like I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. You follow somebody because they're a rapper. You follow somebody because they're a singer or actor. You don't know anything about them except they know how to play a part very well. You don't know anything about them except they can hold a tune and rap a song. They can put down 18 bars, you know what I mean? And that's all you know about them. And as soon as they open their mouth, you ready to grab it and make it a part of your life. That's crazy. That's crazy. And and then there's a person like myself. You know nothing about me. Except if you go through my channel enough, you know everything about me, right? From my childhood to now. The good, the bad, the indifferent, shit that I've done, shit that I didn't do, that I wish I did do. I'm an actual real person. And I'm not lying to you. And like, I'm not gonna lie and say I'm wealthy when I'm not. I'm not gonna lie and say, that I traveled all over the world when I have it. That's why would I do that? I could do that. It seems like people like to be lied to. It would make me a lot of money. But then I would have to get that karma coming back at me, baby. I tell you, I don't believe in the Bible, but I'm spiritual. And when I say it, I'm not joking when I say I'm spiritual. I'm not just saying it because it's the hottest thing to say right now. I believe in karma. I also believe in getting people to laugh and smile with jokes, how good that is for the soul. Because maybe your life isn't as perfect as you want it to be. Instead of sitting around thinking about this, that, and the third, you would sit around somewhere and chuckle and laugh. And I definitely wouldn't be listening to no 20-year-olds tell me anything about life. And we definitely not gonna have no little niggas, right? Who children are still babies talk about parenting. What? Uh no. They don't even know that the three children that they have could be absolutely different from one another, being raised by the same mother and father, love the same. Because people still believe, hey, all you got to do is show the kids love and they'll be great people. Yeah. Bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah. Um, so anyway, she wanna know, can she learn anything about being a married person? Absolutely. But you have to ask the question though. And I don't think that since I met, I don't think that question was asked. All I heard was gender banging, the same old same, where men are putting down women and they're saying things like, we men are protectors. And I'm like, uh, no. There are men who are protectors. There are men who are protectors. And then there's a shitload of ain't men who ain't protecting not a goddamn thing. Okay? He wouldn't know how to protect nothing. He gonna call the same 911 that we women gonna call. And his ass gonna hide under the same table. And you end up marrying, if your match was good, you end up marrying somebody quite like yourself. And men, like I don't know why you want to take on these roles, these roles that you can't handle while lying and claiming that you can. Who taught you to be the protector? Oh, nobody taught you. You just the man, and because you this male, you already the protector. Wait a minute. So when other men come by, I guess when you tell your woman to go in that room and act like she ain't there, I guess that's you protecting her. Because you know somebody said that. And that she need to go and be in her place, go in that kitchen. As if the person who wanna harm her will come and take her. Like he can't walk in that kitchen. Just scoop her ass up real quick. A man who can't change a tire can't tell me shit about my place. Mister don't know the difference between a nut and a bolt. A man who don't know how to hang a picture on the wall because he think long as he got a nail and a hammer, it'll be okay. He asking her where should I hang it? She's like, oh, it'll look good on that wall. And then this nigga go to hammering and wondering why the nail just went through the drywall so easily. Or when you ended up putting a picture on the nail, it went to crashing downward. And then he said, oh, I must have to hammer it in at an angle. So he goes up a downwards angle. And he's still wondering why the picture keeps falling. The weight, oh, the picture just too heavy. No, you just a dumbass. You just a dumbass. Trying to do a job you know nothing about, but claiming because you the man you can do it. You you know you might want to find a stud or a stud finder help you find that stud. Or if you know anything, you can find it without a stud finder. Can you believe it? Like I ain't never seen my dad with no stud finder. He can always find a stud. Always find something where a nail can actually go through and hold the weight of a picture. Or how about this? A TV. Can you believe it? That you can't just put a TV on a wall just because you just want it on the wall. Like you literally have to find something that's gonna hold the weight of that TV on that wall. But who am I? I'm just a mere little woman who realized that even I wouldn't know the information that I know if nobody had taught it to me. There go that education. Some that these black men are against. You educated from either some source, whether it's through an actual school or a person, an individual. And if they didn't teach it to you, then why you think you know? And then why? Because you know somebody who said something and they from Chicago, and then you heard another man from Texas say it, and another man from California say it, and then now you have deduced that it must be true. And that's the black man's education in 2026. Oh, but I'm trying my thought is not to talk about this black woman though, right? Because see, when she got in the way, I was talking to black men. And she just wanted to raise her hand and say, well, he got a point. He got a point that we women are dumb. And so we so dumb that when our car break down, we gonna call a friend over to help us. And the friend let me drive his car back and he took care of my car. And little lady, I would say that wasn't dumb at all. It was actually kind of genius if you put it against somebody, that black man, and what he was saying is quite genius. Because you ain't had to put out no money. You use your community to help you. But you were so willing to raise your hand and let everybody know how dumb women are. And you missed my point altogether because I'm calling you what you was calling yourself. You just didn't use the word dumb. He did though. He used that word. Women are so incapable. Women they like children. And she raised her hand to say, yeah, that's me. And he got a point because when this happened to me, I use my community to help me. And I said, pick me. And so when you asked me why I called you a pick me, and I told you, hey, these men are up here and they are putting you down. When they call your name out and say, you shouldn't be with Rose. No, Rose will eat you alive. Oh no, you gotta have this to be with Rose. You gotta be and I don't know if you taking that to be an um a compliment. Maybe you need to open your ears. Maybe somebody in your life needs to tell you how to clean your ears out. Or you could take the advice from these men. Let them teach you how to clean your ears out and listen to them. When they sit on panels and say how ridiculous women are, how childlike we are, how we are the worst this and we are the worst that. And so when I go to say, well, nah, The men are the ones who whining and crying. And then a man said, he uses words like, um, why do men say women are nagging? And then she smiled like, oh, he got you. What do you mean? Why men are using words like nagging? Like he thought he made a point, and she was all for it. Like, yeah, she he got her. So listen, Rose, you're not the only pick me out here, baby. It's a lot. It could be beneficial to you, and or it could be very harmful to other women. Okay. What I eat don't make you shit. And so what do I mean by that? Like, if I say something as it relates to me, my world, what I've witnessed or not, shouldn't really offend you if it doesn't equal to anything in your world, right? So you can have a different opinions about a lot of things. We probably will for many reasons. Generational, you're stupid. Like, I mean, I ain't got to really put you down to cause you put yourself down in the eyes of men. You're willing to cow down in the face of men. And they're easily able to attack you, right? By even using your looks against you and tell you that a man will fuck you, but he ain't gonna marry you. And then it's weird that you, the pick me, used the words that they would say to you or any other woman, you try to use them against me, which is no problem for me because I bat them across their motherfucking head and I will bat you across your virtual motherfucking head too. Look, even though I added in the word virtual, right? That's exactly what I've been meaning the whole entire time. Okay. Uh, but I guess if I don't say that, these motherfuckers didn't really think, oh, she gonna try to get me killed. And I'm thinking, what motherfucking TV movie are you living in today, bitch? We're on the internet. So anything I say is all virtual. It's words, right? It's words. I haven't thought about anything about you. I don't know where you're from, and I never asked you. I don't know where you're going, and I don't give a fuck, right? Like, I don't know you. And I can be on panels with you, have conversation with you, by participating and never ever getting to know you. And I'll be okay with that. And because this is the internet. You in the wrong area. And somebody mentioned it because they do have some men over there trying to educate. They just won't listen. They won't take heed, and that's okay. Everybody got to learn their own way, right? Including myself. Sorry, including myself. Man, I remember when I came to YouTube and I saw the men and women fighting, black women and black men. And I was like, what's going on? Like, you know, I love my people. I love people, to be honest. I love people, right? But especially us, right? And I came on this bitch and my channel is still up. That channel's still up where you could come and you could listen to me being so sensitive. And I'm gonna be honest, I've always been able to talk to men and persuade them my way. Oh yeah. Yes. Right? And the women out listen, I'm a strong woman and I kind of women who kind of how should I say it? Women who are in up join in, they too are strong women. The weak women will run away from me, right? I get it. And I'm not even calling them weak, right? They weak, but I'm not out here trying to chase them down and laughing at them and telling them they're weak. Yes, it takes a different type of person to be okay with me, right? Because I do cuss, right? And not only that, I crack jokes, you know what I mean? And I can accept them too. Like anything I put out, I can take. And I promise you, the next day, the next minute, if I laugh at it, I think it's funny. And I'll be like, yeah, that shit was funny. You got me. And then we keep it moving. Everybody's not like that. Some people take that shit to heart. I done fucked up your chest, your whole cavity. Your chest cavity been fucked up by me calling you a bitch. And now you want to know what you can learn from me. And I would say absolutely nothing, honey, because I can't teach stupidity. And the idea that you even on the internet, even with like when because I was over there and I had said, I think a man had said something. That's how that topic come up about can you learn anything? Right? Now, y'all have heard me say I can learn anything, lots of things from people, but I've never said that I can learn from anybody. Now that is what I push against. You shouldn't learn from anybody. Now, if you happen to be a person who can learn from a crackhead just simply because they are crackhead, then I would call you stupid. I'm gonna put you at the dumb, blind, and stupid level, where you must be such an infant that you can learn from anybody. Infants can learn from anybody, right? Anybody can put a bottle in their mouth, and anybody could start walking, and they can look and start walking. A baby can look at them and start walking, right? Yes. As your ability to learn and the things that you learn as it builds and become better, higher, you start higher learning, higher education, right? In case you didn't know what this means. Now you have higher education, and the only people who can teach you at this higher level are people who are at that level or above that level. Okay. And I'm not talking about they don't have to sit in a classroom. We're not talking about that they got only obtained that level through formal education. Like, but they actually have something, some knowledge you don't know, and something that you desire to know. Can I learn how to smoke crack from a crackhead? Yes, except I have no desire to learn how to smoke crack. So nowhere in my bio, what they call it, bio. That's short for like I can't even see the word that I'm looking for. But nowhere in my explanation of my life will it state that I'm interested in learning how to smoke crack. And therefore, I'm never going to let people know I can learn from a crackhead. Okay? I have no desire to learn from a crackhead. And therefore, if I have no desire to learn anything from a crackhead, why would I then inform people that I can learn from a crackhead? So when we have these conversations as adults, I realize that I'm sitting amongst idiots or infantiles, right? Infants in your thinking. For those of you who are biblical, I think some they say that you don't just learn from anybody, but you can learn from a wise man, from somebody wise, somebody with information that you desire, somebody who have information that you need. But somebody who have information that you have no need for is a waste of my time and energy. And I'm not going to be online raising my hand and say, I'm such an idiot that even a crackhead can teach me something. Now, we could go into the particulars of this crackhead. Before they was a crackhead, they was a engineer, right? They was an engineer. And so they had that knowledge. They may have been an engineer, a wealthy engineer, and now they have destroyed their life through the drug. And I would then say, even to that, that that is not the engineer that I want to learn from. I think there's other engineers out here who haven't got caught up in the partaking of crack cocaine. Okay. And just because somebody direct you somewhere, like this crackhead, he says he used to be around other engineers, he can direct me to other engineers, doesn't mean that he taught me any. He gave me some information, right? He didn't teach me how to get to that destination. He just gave me the actual address or a name. But then people say, well, Mom, well, he taught you. What he taught me? He taught you how to get to that person. No, he gave me a name of an individual. May have even told me where to go hang out, where the engineers hang out. He gave me information. When I give you information, that don't mean I taught you anything. I shared some information. But then everybody will want to, well, technically, and I'm like, sit your non-technical ass down. Okay. Now, so can I teach anybody how to be a wife? Hmm. I don't know if there's a such thing as learning how to be an actual wife. You know, it's almost like can I teach you to be a parent? Um, I might be able to share some parenting skills that you can add to your parenting style. You know, um, and then but your parenting style may not equate my parenting style. My parenting style, even if I taught you, may not give you the same outcome I've gotten. That's why as you growing up, you learn from the people around you. And the main thing, and I think I said this in my discussion yesterday when I mentioned my grandson and learning math, right? When he had to break it down in tens, or when you might have to go a different direction because you may have the skills, but if all you got is the direction that you're going to, like that crackhead told me to go to 5th and 17th. Go to 5th and 17th. That's where the other engineers are. He didn't teach me how to get there. He gave me an address. He gave me a location. There's many ways to get to that destination in the destination of life. There's many ways to get where you're trying to go. And if you just have one route from one person, you may never get to your destination. Because your life may include all kinds of other things that are getting your way that you got to know how to maneuver. Life is a whole destination, and you decide on your pathway. And people can give you their different routes, and then you take that information and you create your own route that's good enough for your life. What you plan to do with it. So, can I teach you to be a wife? Nah, I can't teach you how to be a wife. You wouldn't want me to teach you how to be a wife. You just take bits and information that I may share, and you can grasp it if it calls out to you. But I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you I'm gonna make you a millionaire because I wasn't even able to make myself a millionaire. To be honest, when I walk my walk through life has nothing with me trying to be a millionaire. I was too busy to be concerned about being a millionaire. Today, people are more concerned about being a millionaire than taking the routes, the safe routes, the fun routes, the happy routes. You ain't even got no time to smell the roses. Rose, you know? Because there's this incredible thing that you're trying to create. Now, you men, what y'all don't know about this is there are a lot of women who are okay with you thinking that they're dumb, stupid, and blind, as long as you're gonna pay them bills. And she think you're gonna be the great guy, you're gonna be the perfect husband for her. And you think she gonna be the perfect wife. She ain't gonna nag, she ain't gonna ask you for shit. And that's the kind of marriages that y'all always talk about ending. You never talk about the ones who dare through the thick and thin when he loses job or when she gain weight, as these men have put it. She ain't got time to go to no gym because she got to be the mother. She got to do it all, and she ain't got time to go to no goddamn gym. And you barely got enough money to pay for the gym membership. Oh, oh, oh! I know y'all got the answer. Oh, that's all you got to do is go outside and breathe the air and do your exercise out there. Okay, I know. Yeah, yeah. Wonder why so many millions not doing that. Oh, cause life, like worrying the stress and all the things y'all want to act like doesn't exist in life. You're never gonna talk about the realities. You're only gonna talk about the fantasy moments. Everything's so easy in life, and yet you still where you are. Man, if it was so easy, you shouldn't be nowhere. Where you are, you should have surpassed that. You damn here 40-year-old nigga. You ain't get to the bag yet. You ain't got the millions yet. Oh, you making six figures. Well, shit, I mean, that ain't nothing. Not with all this billions and trillions of dollars out there. Six figures, depending on where you live, ain't shit. If you live anywhere where I'm living at, you just there to pay your bills, and hopefully you done created a route where you can stop and smell the flowers. You can have fun with your family. I never hear these black men talk about having fun with their fucking family. There's only a couple men on here who talks about their family, and you know that without a doubt, they love their motherfucking family. They love their wife, they love their daughter, their son. They talk about the vacations they go together. Man, when Brownsville come up here and he start talking about his family, my whole heart warms up. When I hear um our brother Sharon over there, and he's talking about, his daughters are homeschooled and how they in this play and they playing this instrument and all. Our father talking about the things that his daughters and are doing. My God, like that is life. That's living. That's men who will go out there and do their job to talk about how happy their children are. That's what we talking about life. And if you're married to a man who cares about you, then you care about him, but that's life. And y'all might have to sit up and budget your money so you could get bills paid, so you could add in some tutoring if needed, some lessons if your kids want to play uh in the band, play an instrument, or even in sports. But the only thing black men in this space talk about is how women ain't shit. And then only and only if they have a son who ends up playing some kind of sport that eventually may harm them, like football, where the kid might end up being 30, walking around like he a 50, 60-year-old man because the damage that it does to their bodies, the sport that is. So can I teach you how to be a better anything? No, I might make you think about a few things. I ain't got the answers for you. That's what adulting is. You have to figure out your life, honey. But if I sat down and just told people how to do this, that, and the third, and you realize when people buy those books, the person who wrote the books, they they end up wealthy, you know. Uh, but then now you got to find the people who said when they read the book that it enlightened them and they was able to follow it step by step and it worked. Enlightenment. Now that's another word, huh? That's another word. Oh, especially if you're spiritual. Enlightenment. Where I said something and the light went on. A switch just whoosh, gave you ideas that I didn't even give you. I didn't give you the ideas, but something I said sparked the light that and you came up with your own ideas. That welcome to adulting. And just know your ideas may or may not work for you. But you won't give up, right? Because you'll try it, fail, possibly, and then you'll make adjustments to it so you can try yet again to get where you're going. It's not as easy as some motherfuckers will tell you. Sign here, right here, move to the right, go to the left, cha-cha forward, y'all. Here we go again. Look, and so you want me to electric slide you through life, right? And then when it don't work, you'll still give my book a high five, baby. You're gonna give it 5 out of 5, baby. That book is good. And it didn't teach you shit. They didn't teach you it didn't teach you shit. It gave you step-by-step directions, and yet you got nowhere. You cha-cha back your ass where you started. All them motherfucking moves. And you right where you started. You haven't been enlightened or nothing. When you was sashaying your ass to the left, oh, you was excited. Until that motherfucker said sashay your ass back where you came from to the right. That motherfucker said, move, bitch. You took that step like, yeah. And then he told your ass to take that step right back where the fuck you came from. Oh, and when you started cha-cha, y'all, you know what I mean? You started moving your hips. You was smiling and everything. You was like, yeah, we about to move now, bitch. We got a man. And then your ass sashayed and realized when you looked down, you was right where you started. You ain't moved nowhere. You just did it to the beat of somebody else's drum. And you want to know if I can be your drum for you? If I was greedy and all I thought about was your money, like if all I thought about money, right? If all I wanted was money, ha, and all, yeah, I would beat up, I would pump up that cha-cha, baby. I put a beat on and give you a rhyme in your motherfucking life. Make you excited to move them hips. Oh, we was doing the wop, baby. We'll wop it up. I have you B-boy, B-girl. Look, I have you spinning on your motherfucking head. You'll be laughing and everything, but in the end, you'll just be right where the fuck you are. But you'll have fun doing it, I guess, huh? Well, yeah, I read the book and oh yeah, and it was a good read and it was good. Yeah, lots of good advice. And I'm like, okay, so like how did it help you? Oh yeah, I made a lot of money off it. Okay, well, what part of the book help you make money? Where your money at? How you claiming you got something you ain't get? Why you got to lie though? And listen, so they trying to say that I'm harmful. Nah, so because I'm not helping you, I guess I'm harming you. But I believe that it's the opposite. The ones who claim they helping you take your money, right? Telling you they gonna help you, and then they did not help you at all. Those are the people who harmed you because they took your hard earned money and they didn't do nothing more or less than I've done. But I'm the problem. Now you the problem because you're a little too old to be acting like you a teenager, searching for answers from strangers that you don't know. Because you don't, even when a stranger give you advice, you don't know that it's true or not. Because a nigga got a point talking about a woman can't even wipe her own ass. He got a point though, y'all, because I was in the bathroom and I didn't realize there was no toilet paper. So what I had to do was, me being the woman that I am, I had to call out to some family member in the house and say, "Hey, baby, but there's no toilet paper here. Can you bring me some?" And so Bomb, he had a point. His point is, I don't know how to wipe my ass, not because I don't really know how to wipe my ass, but because I needed help to somebody bring me the tissue paper so I can wipe my ass. Mm-mm-mm. He had a point, y'all. He had a point. Ladies, we can't do shit. Although we out here raising these kids. Oh, the raising isn't going so well? Well, shit, where the man at? Because he can still do his part, even though we're not sleeping together. He could still come and get his sons and daughters. Because we make it seem like the sons belong to the men and the daughters belong to the women. When you come and get your daughter, Bomb, women are saying that raising children is hard, but men, we don't say that. Oh, really? Because that ain't what I'm hearing from the men. I'm hearing that raising children is a whole job out here. And if it's such an easy job, then we ladies, we will give it to you. Ladies, come on now, ladies. Put your right hand up and put your right hand down. Put your right hand up and shake it all about. Do the hokey pokey. Give these niggas these kids. That's what it's all about. Fuck these niggas. Give the hokey pokey. Give them the kids. Do the hokey pokey. Give them the kids. That's what it's all about. Give them the fucking kids. And that's what y'all been seeing in the last few years. The young women were like, they're not being uh lied to and said, hey, you the mother. Only you could do it. Nah, the message is now make them be daddies. You don't allow them to say fuck these kids. Soon as the nigga say he want them kids, give him them kids. You ain't gonna have to fight him for no fucking kids. He gonna be bringing them kids back to you, but don't accept them. Go live your life like he did. You can make more motherfucking children. Isn't that what the men say? They'll lie about how that shit went. And instead of them getting the men who was of that time so they could tell you these niggas be young and just making up any motherfucking thing. Them niggas didn't want them kids. This is a different time when we got mobile devices and cell phones on our hips, and anytime, some shit pop off, you can call an Uber to get where you gotta go. This is a new time. But take that shit back into the 90s. Take that shit back even farther. That shit wasn't that simple. A man who at work, you think you got a call where they said you gotta come and get the kids? The kid's sick, come and get your kid? I ain't never hear that from no motherfucking man. But the women, though, she's scared she gonna lose her job. She don't even know what she gonna do because nobody, these men don't know daycares don't take no sick kids. That's how you know they lying, y'all. When they claiming they daddies, they raised their kids. Oh, listen, I could tell you majority of these men who lie and say they the custodian parent. They the ones who do everything. They're lying. Especially when they say it's easy. It's easy because you got a woman to help you. Or you got some men who help you. But even then, it's still hard. That nigga tried to say that only parenting is only hard for the women, but it's not hard for the men. And he got a point. Don't have no children for a nigga who haven't proven that he gonna be a dad, y'all. I don't give a fuck how good he look and how good he smell. Nothing wrong with dick. Now, dick will, good dick will make your life, happy. Okay, good dick will make you want to sing happy songs and shit. You'll be out in the garden singing all kinds of good songs, singing to the birds and shit. All that motherfucking shit. Yeah, you be thinking you Cinderella in this motherfucker with some good dick. Well, let me tell you though, that good dick will fail, ruin your whole Cinderella lifestyle when he get you pregnant and that nigga ain't got nothing but dick to give. That nigga ain't got dick to give. He ain't impressing you in no kind of way. He ain't trying to even boost you up to be a good mother. He ain't trying to do shit. He ain't trying to be with them kids. He think you belong with him because you the mother. You the nurturer. That's what they be telling us when they tell us certain things. Women are the nurturers. All women aren't nurturing. They say that all the time when they talk about the bad parent, the bad mother. So if she was so nurturing, well then why is she so bad? Oh, because they just automatically say women are nurturers. As if a man can't nurture. You could feed your children. You could change the pampers to them children. You could rock them motherfuckers to sleep. You could read to them. You could take them to their doctor's appointment. You could take them to school every morning. You could drive them to the daycare. Like you could do everything a woman could do. Besides birth them and breastfeed them. But you don't have to breastfeed them. You can feed them. You can feed them breast milk. But you could be very nurturing and loving to your child. But you don't want to be. How is it that they tell us we that's what a woman job is, and then they tell us we're bad at our job? I'll quit that motherfucker if a nigga had told me that this job's supposed to be for me and tell me I'm bad at. You telling me I'm supposed to be in the kitchen cooking? Oh, you don't like my cooking? Then what the fuck is you talking about? I ain't cooking no more. Ladies, do not let that bullshit religion ass shit that they put out, right? Them old ladies still sharing that old shit. That's what they mad about me. If I got up there wanting to be these niggas' grandmas and shit, then it'll be different. Oh, baby. Yeah, you right. The man is always right, ladies. They'll love me until they decide they got to put me in my place too. But I'm something like your real grandmother, not the made up grandma that y'all got out in this bitch. I'm something like your real grandma, the one who wants you to do well, but the one who gonna call it what it is. She might let you get away with a few things and be nice to you in the beginning, and then when she realized the niceness don't work, she gonna hit you across the head with the truth. You ain't shit, nigga. You got children you ain't taking care of. You better get your ass and go get them goddamn kids. But you can't bring them to my house. Okay? That's the kind of parent I am. And I can notice the bitch ass niggas who couldn't handle a parent like me. And that's why they are the way they are. Pussies. I can see the pussies. Ladies, these men result to being pussies. Listen to them. I'm not even going to give you no names, right? The ones who speak they shit, keeping it real who they are, those are not pussies. The ones who will come on, though, they are trying to turn the men on, just like you ladies, right? When you're talking to a man, you know how to talk to him, so hopefully he won't attack you, right? You're gonna be courteous with your words, right? You're gonna try to speak to where they'll listen to you. And then we got these niggas who do the same thing. They learned the tactics of getting men on their side because they like bitches. You understand? And so then the men will fight for the men. If you haven't been in this area long enough, you see men fighting for other men that they don't fucking know. Why? The men who they are fighting for, like the Kevin Samuels, Anton Daniels, they have truly mentally fucked these niggas. Yes. They get up there and they can say whatever they want, how they want. They can say whatever they want, but they say it in a way where these men are attracted to an Anton Daniels. And them niggas was really in love with Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels told these niggas that they need to be okay with men being with men. Kevin Samuels was the type of bitch ass nigga who was telling men how to put their finger in their asshole and clean it. They would be offended by us ladies if we say, hey, you need to get up in them crevices. They'd be offended by that. Kevin Samuels he was on camera and he showed them how to take their middle finger. He like, you need to put your finger in your own ass and you need to wipe it like this. And them men fell in love. They started sending Kevin all day money, love notes and shit. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Could you be my nigga? Let me put the link out. I'm wilding out. Listen, them motherfuckers, these men, I can name them, right? They look, they get up there and they be looking all nice and shit. They be looking too pretty for me, even for me. I'm like, nigga, what you doing up there? Now I'm not gonna call their name out, but they be having them ill names and shit like that, the Mills names and shit like that. Them niggas get up there and they'll say, make me feel good. My nigga said, do something to make me feel good. Um, listen, I ain't trying to take shots. Wow, taking shots all the same. Okay. Um, I'm just saying, them niggas, some of them be looking beautified, okay? Okay. They be over there and every hair in their eyebrows be on point, baby. They done put the makeup on. And I don't know when ladies like, I get it. It's 2026, niggas wearing makeup. But why the nigga on the internet putting on makeup so he can attract other men? These niggas got on, these niggas have on foundation, blush. They done beat beat their motherfucking face. These motherfuckers done contour their whole fucking nose. They got a little bit on the forehead and then the T-zone, baby, under the eyes. I'm like, nigga, need some makeup advice, nigga. Be up here telling men how to not get women, because that's all they doing. But you need to teach me some of your makeup techniques. Yeah. A bitch like me, I ain't even gonna never hate on you. I ain't never been a makeup wearer, you know. Um, but I would learn to love shit. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Even in this picture, I had them big ass because I got natural bushy motherfucker hair long, grows everywhere, everywhere. Man, I love when that thin ass eyebrows came in, boy, because I took advantage of them thin eyebrows, baby. I think I look better with the now them bushy ass shits come out, and I just can't do it. You know what I mean? But naturally, my eyebrows bushy. But if I got to go and let them line them up or something, okay, I got to let them eyebrows go. These niggas be having their eyebrows on fleek, nigga. EK. I think EEK. Them niggas got it on fleek. Oh, they should be on fleek. Okay? Like on fleek. Baby, I ain't gonna put their pictures out, even though y'all know I got them on my computer, baby. Because look, when I go on the roasting session, baby, I get all the advice, the proof that I need. You know what I mean? And I ain't even gotta do that no more because AI will make exactly what the fuck I want. But I decided I'm not gonna do it to them because they will cry. Remember, for some reason I get in their chest. And for some reason I be in their chest, baby, and they can't let it go. Like, let it go, let it go. They can't let it go. I'll be sitting on these niggas' hearts. And I don't know why a bitch would let me sit on her chest, because bitch, I ain't trying to be on your chest. I'm not gay. And listen, I'm not against gay people. But I ain't gonna never be licking your labia, bitch. I ain't never trying to be in your on your chest. I ain't trying to be near no titties, ho. You gonna have to get me off your chest, bitch. I don't know what to tell you. Burp, go fart. I don't give a fuck what you do, ho. You need to burp to get me off your chest, honey. You want me to teach you some shit. Are you expecting that I should be teaching you some shit? You expect that I want to teach you some shit. You expect that I desire that I even know who a you is to even teach you some shit. We just on panels having a conversation. And if you disagree with what I say, I don't have no problem with it. I think you will be a strong woman with your own strong mind. But don't ever think you're stronger than me, bitch. Because I'll kick you in your pussy. Okay? You just gonna have to stop. If you don't want me to crack jokes against you, then don't crack no jokes against me. And then they'll say, well, I wasn't joking. And I know you wasn't. But you should have been, bitch. Because now you just look like a hater. Now, for a young woman to ask me to turn my cam on was got to be the most ridiculous shit I ever seen a bitch do. Well, after she put up my Instagram, told people where I was and what I do and all that shit, and then the bitch asked me to turn on my cam in the middle of the night. Gotta be the gayest shit I ever heard of. Now you got to understand, right? I don't know what she thought she was doing or but it was lame as fuck. Cause if that's me over there, then that would be me now. So I have actual videos, and I can assure you that they don't have any. I don't know how to contour my face. I don't not even put on makeup, right? I I I may put on a little foundation, um, right? And that's only when I go out in the sun because it has the sunscreen that I need in it. And it does give me like this golden tan evenness that I be liking, right? But I haven't put makeup on my face in a few years now. Um, and so I don't know what she was looking for. to see me, because I think on my Instagram you could see me in a bonnet and all, natural face and all. So I'm not sure what she was thinking she would see, but more importantly, I'm not sure what she was looking for. I'm not I'm not trying to be your woman, okay? I'm man, I can't you can't get no straighter than me, okay? Even with women trying to licky lick lick, I still was looking for the sticky stick. A woman licking on me can only get me turned on, and now I'm reaching for dick, honey. I'm reaching for dick. I don't have no problem with men. I love men. And when I say I love men, like I make love to a man, which is my husband, right? But yes, I love men. I appreciate men as a whole, right? If you want to talk about the minority or the majority, where the majority would be, I appreciate men majority wise, but I will also say by me being a whole parent out in this bitch, certified parent, like some of y'all old enough to be my goddamn daughters and sons. That's how certified a bitch like me is, ho. I ain't got no 8-year-olds claiming that I'm a whole parent out in this bitch. Like parenting is easy, and my oldest is 8. Girl, bye. This fight should have been amongst me and some of these niggas. But Rose had to rosy her motherfucking ass in front of what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, I don't know why you rosy posy your motherfucking ass in front of me, ho, and then try to use the men tactics on me. And then if I do it the same to you, people gonna point out that I mentioned how you average at best, bitch. But mind you, before any of those type of things came out my mouth, you had already, you know what I'm saying, come for my looks. And let me tell you something, bitch. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, I'm gonna tell it to you. You could see it without me telling it to you, right? The numbers don't lie. Inactive on my Instagram, I have more men who follow me. And that's the smallest group of people who follow me, right? On Instagram. Because I lost an Instagram. Have lost accounts. I have videos that's no longer on Instagram because, you women will come about and report the video. The only time they come down is usually because of the music. They'll hit me for the music because they're videos and not pictures. If anything is over there as a picture, then I can assure you it's a picture after I did a live, because everything I did over there, I did it live, right? Recorded it while I was live, but then I took the live down, and then I will make a little clip to put up so people can see. Yeah, that's what. But if you ever watch me live, never mind. I'm not looking for you to watch me live, Poe. Okay. I'm gonna just say we're not the same. We're not the same with me being 56 today and you being whatever age you are today. Like we're not the same. You still are average at best as bitch. Okay. You the pick me. You the bitch who gotta be screaming, pick me. You gotta agree with men just so they can be on your side. And I can actually get up there and crack jokes on them, right? And all of that. And still they will follow me everywhere I go. Why? Because people want to know who I am. What? So tell them, who am I? I'm the mighty, mighty bomb cherry, bitch. Everywhere I go, ah, people want to know, including you, bitch, who I am. And so I tell them, wait a minute. I'm not ready. I should have been ready when I said that. We're going to have to start that over. Wait a minute, y'all. Y'all ready? Everywhere I go. Ah, yeah. Sing it with me. People want to know. Oh, yeah. who I am. So I tell them I am the mighty, mighty Bomb Jerry. Ah, say it again. The mighty, mighty Bomb Jerry. Let me stop. But y'all know I gotta stop. Everywhere I go. Oh, average at best. People wanna know. They wanna know what? Let me stop playing with her, y'all. I gotta stop. I'm bad and I'm messy sometimes. But listen, nothing wrong with being average at best. Isn't that what a bitch like you would have told that other woman? You know what I'm saying? That's what you would have told that other woman because you a pick me. So you gonna say what the men say, and the men don't like the beautiful women because they call them what they call them Instagram models. Oh, so any woman with an Instagram, you an Instagram model. Didn't you not know that? Did you not know you are a Instagram model, girl? You ain't know. And so the men are against all of that. They're against all of that, all of that, and you side with them. So they over there, and when they crack little jokes on you and shit, and you just smile it off like it ain't no problem. When they say you ain't nothing but an issue, you ain't gonna be nothing but somebody's problem, and you just smile it off. And I don't know if you just slow or you just okay. Is you okay? Is you okay? Is you cool? Because I'm hotter than a motherfucker over here right now. Now I'm gonna grab this link real quick so I can put it out. Any and everybody about to come up. Uh, let me. Damn, what happened? Give me a second, y'all. Cause I don't have on no clothes. My cam almost came on just now. I'm over here with no. I have a robe on, but that's it. It's hot. Okay. Let me see. Gotta grab the link. And we're gonna give you a chance to come up. Now listen, if you're not okay with the jokes, then you're in the wrong space. If you're coming to crack some jokes, you're in the right motherfucking space. You can come up here and crack jokes on me and anybody you want. Just know that it's all good over here. We good. We okay with the cussing over here. And if you fit in, you fit in. Welcome. Everybody welcome. Okay. Everybody welcome. All genders welcome. And we ain't got no hate for nobody over here. Every fucking body's welcome over here. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your sexuality is. I don't care what your race is. I don't care what your culture is. If you good and like to laugh and even have discussions, we can even have serious discussions, right? We good over here. And everybody's motherfucker welcome. And I don't hate on men. But I do hate on the little boys who think that they're men and try to boss up to me. Because I will go and make you go get your own switch and then whip your ass with it. Okay? Make you walk outside. And don't come in here with no little small ass switch neither. It better be substantial enough for me to swing and you can hit a swish, swish. Okay? Um, you don't have to turn on your cams over here. We okay with that. Remember, we don't care what you look like. We only care that you like to have fun. And I don't care that I'm sitting in your chest. Don't come up here crying to me about me sitting on your chest, sitting right there with your heart. I done broke your heart and shit. Bitch, I'm not into women. Okay? So if I broke your heart, go preach that shit somewhere else. You gotta go to church and let them get Satan off your brain, bitch, because I ain't got nothing to do with your heart. Okay? Valentine's Day is coming up, and hubby and I got married on Valentine's Day. Yes. Um, so our anniversary is fast approaching. Okay. I do want him to know that I love him just as much as I loved him back then. I think I love him more now than I did back then because I didn't know what love was back then. And I'm also going to say something that, like, when I see my husband, he looked the same way I met him. Now, I don't know what it's something to do with love, the brain. I'm not sure, right? You ever you ever like because I see him every day, we don't see the slight changes that happen daily. So he looked the exact same way he did when I walked down that aisle with him. Okay, the same exact way to me. Okay, and then he gave me the two best gifts, actually three. Okay, three best gift a woman like myself could ever have. Ever. You understand? Like he ain't got enough money to outbeat them two, three gifts that he done give me. He ain't got enough money to produce that shit. Okay? He'll never be able to recreate it, but the only thing that can happen is it can be added to, and it won't have nothing to do with what my husband do or don't do, but it'll have to do with what the two people he gave me, what they do and don't do. Okay? My something happened to my oh to my Zoom. Not my Zoom, my program. Give me a second. So I just this is one of the gifts. What is something going on here, y'all? Not sure what. Let me cancel it like this. It's not even canceling. It's something I did, but I don't. I hope is anything playing out there? I hope not. I ended up clicking on something incorrect. Let me exit that. Exit that. Let me shut this shit down. Hold up. Before I put the link out, I just want him to know. And we got like 12 days until our anniversary, right? But when you, okay, is it gonna let me do it now? Let's see. I don't think it is, but we're gonna try. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Let me see if I can switch this. No, it's not letting me. I gotta shut this down all the way. Hold I gotta go to the Zoom first, though. Okay. Let's go do this. Exit that. Shut that straight down. This to come back up. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, it should be coming up now. Where you at? I was having an attack on my computer, but my programs handles all attacks. Okay, so I'm not worried about that. I have to plug this thing up. And where are you? Did you come up or not? What is this? Send now. We'll send it, I guess. It crashed on me. Exit. Ah, come on, come on. I want to put the link out. Come on, do what I say. Do what I say. I don't like these Microsoft Teams. I don't like I when I had to talk to the police, I thought they were gonna use Zoom, but they use something called Microsoft Teams. And now that should just be popping up. I don't trust it because it also could control your cam, audio. So there could be somebody because I don't know anything about that actual program. I don't even remember download. I think they gave me the link, and that's when it must have downloaded. Because I am on a Microsoft computer, I I don't remember it downloading, so I think it was already automatically into my OS, which seemed make it's easy, so you don't have to really download anything. But the problem with that is I didn't decide to have that on my computer. If I would have known when I signed into that meeting, I thought I was on Zoom until I looked and it didn't look the same. I was like, wait, what is this? Okay. Um, I'm having a problem with my minicam. Now I don't want to shut the computer down. Anyway, we're gonna forget that. What was I? Oh, okay. I was gonna share something. I could do that another way. Let me do that another way. Hold up. Hey, King Pix, how you doing? Let me we'll go to Facebook. It's easier. That way it's already on online. Now, see on my Instagram, on my Instagram, y'all. My Instagram is my Instagram. My Facebook used to be mine. I have like 5 Facebooks, and then they started locking me out of them because they want me to produce ID and things like that. Um, and yeah, I didn't want my real name associated with my stuff. And so once I did provide ID, they changed my account to my real name, and I had to argue with them. I threatened to sue them, and they hurry up and change that shit back, right? Threatening to sue them. I'm like, what the hell I'm listening to? Okay. Now I want to share this because I was talking to the hubby. Okay, I was talking to the motherfucker hubby. Mr. Family. Boom, boom. Um, Let me share the screen. I use Minicam for a goddamn reason, and Minicam just not acting right now. We don't need to share sound, but I will share the sound. Okay. So yes, I've been married 36 years. I think hubby said it'd be 36 years. Okay. Um, so let's go to the family photos, which uh this is hubby and I. This is when we was married. It looks like, as y'all can see, 25-year marriage. I took that picture uh in 91. No, 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 that's the year we were born. They said we'll be married 25 years as of tomorrow. Okay. I'm looking for the things that he gave me that is can't take it back, right? That's my son playing football. That's my oldest son when he graduated. Okay. Um, this is when my youngest son graduated. As you can see, that's a different son his gown. This is the oldest son in his gown. Okay. This is me when I was a teenager. I think this is homecoming. The only reason I remember because of that down at the bottom it says homecoming right there. Um, this is at one of my this is my youngest son graduation. I took that picture because I wore a tie. I wanted to wear like a suit. Okay, I put on a man's tie, big one of my husband's shirts. Put that shit on. This is me and my dad when I got married. This is me and hubby and my best friend when I got married. This is me at homecoming, who I went to homecoming with. Okay. So listen, ain't shit about me fake, baby. Okay. This is me when I was in the military. Okay. So I know like she's trying to insinuate that something on me was fake. I don't know exactly what. This is me, hubby. Um, this says in '09. You could I think I'm 43 in this picture. Okay. This is the two gifts. It's my sons. Okay. I think we have a family photo. As you can see, I dressed the men alike. The men all had on the same shirts. We had on all the same colors. And I used to love hats. I think y'all heard me say that when I told y'all the story about this man who used to have hats. Look, that man bought me, he bought me this hat. I didn't know who was buying me the hats at the time. He bought me this hat. As you can see, I love hats. Okay. He didn't buy me that hat. That came with the outfit. Uh, he bought me this hat. I was doing a video for some local rappers. Okay. Here I go in the car doing video for some local rappers. Um, let's see. I'm looking for my son, y'all. I should have one that says I'm looking for photos. Go to albums, and I should have a family album. Here's my youngest son when he was young, and my grandson looked just like him. People be like, "That how you know that's your son, that's your grandson?" Because my grandson looked like his daddy. Okay, Uh, this is my sons. That's us at the aquarium. They was part of the youth council. I was, you know, um, and my sons look like they dad too. Okay, this one looked more like me, but when they together, the two sons, people used to think they were twins. And so, listen, there's no. First of all, I don't care about no looks anyway. I know who my motherfucking kids for. I did that these men online would try to make it seem like, well, you don't. How you know, nigga? Because I know. Like, what you mean? How I know? This is my youngest. This is my oldest son. 8 April 94. He was 14 hours old, and there he is. Okay, this is him. There's my niece in the background, my son, and his dad. I rarely got any pictures of me with my kids because I'm always the one taking the photos. I don't even know why I did that to myself because I wasn't thinking, but I was thinking, oh, look at my son and his dad. But my husband never said, oh, let me take a picture of you and the sons and their mom. He never did that. And I don't know, like at times I blame myself, but the truth is like I realized I wasn't with the same type of person as I am, right? Because if he was anything like me, hubby would have been like, oh, let me take some pictures of you and the kids. I don't have many pictures of me and my children when they were young. These are this is what I ended up having. Remember when I told y'all my son stood and walked for the first time and he walked up to a little white girl and kissed her. This was that day. We was at Chuck E. Cheese. This is his birthday, his first year birthday party. He walked up to a little white girl who we couldn't tell was a girl. I'm thinking why he stood up and took his first steps walking up to her to kiss her. Okay. I have fond memories and pictures to prove it. Okay. Um, that's my that's my husband's that's one of my little cousins. They call me Aunt T, but she's really like my husband's cousin's daughter. They grown women now with their own families. She's so beautiful. She was always like a little beautiful little girl to me. So chocolate and pretty. Um, and they go my sons and their daddy. And now one of my sons have a son. So people say just because y'all together don't mean you're happy. And I don't know like what happy mean to you, but I'm not the type of person who would be around being like, because there's a happy and then there's a sad, a pitiful, you know. And so there's all kinds of little degrees of that in between, though, in between this thing where you highly happy and you terrible, right? And so people, when they say, just because y'all together don't mean you're happy. Um, yeah, I think if you feel that way in life and you're looking for something, you're looking that you supposed every day supposed to be this like merry-go-round happy. Like you at the theme park happy. Like you know what I mean? Like you walking in the doors and you're like, oh, I'm so excited and I just can't hide it kind of shit. If you're looking for that in life, you're not gonna find it. You will you will feel bad all of your days. Searching for something that really doesn't exist. When people say some people are just content, yes, nothing wrong with being content. Like you're happy where you are, and you are good with it. You like it where you are, and just remember, there's gonna be always something that can be different. Anything you do will be different than what you're doing, right? Um, and could there be something better? I don't know. But am I willing to lose what I have to in search of something better that might end up being worse? I'm not. But I'm also not a gambler neither. You know what I mean? I'm not always chasing the high. I'm not always chasing the, you know, to swap something good out for something that could possibly be better or not. Like I don't know how to explain that because people make it seem like, well, you are you saying there's something that could be better? Yeah, I'm quite sure there's something that could be better, but most definitely different. And better how? I don't know. What we talking about? That's my two sons. Okay. So yes, I actually, even though it's not on my Instagram, my Facebook is filled with pictures of my children. When I say my children took Taekwondo, like I ain't got no reason to be lying. When I said that they played sports, football, basketball, right? They know how to swim. You know what I'm saying? Something I don't even know how to do. I, I was teaching them how to fight, and then they felt more confident when they started taking Taekwondo. Okay. So look like a family to me. I got pictures of them all throughout their growth stages. Young men, and I hope to have pictures of them when they become older men. You see? So when you ask me, can I teach you how to be a wife? I, like, or you ask someone that. I don't know how to explain that. You know, um, I didn't know that's what I was even trying to do because it's not what I was trying to do. But I can I can definitely teach you something. There go my sons. There go their graduation. I got when they was running track, got videos. My husband used to go out there and videotape the whole track meet. This picture was in the newspaper with my son. My son was actually in the newspaper. Here you go, right here, in fact. Just a newspaper article where it says Glasgow High School graduation. And it got them listed, and it says right there, special to the News Journal. This is for them, for they when they to share with their children and their grandchildren. I got all my kids handprint when they was in kindergarten all the way through high school, all their report cards and everything. And me and my one grandson, I'm always sharing him something his dad did when he was his age. I've been sharing him things that because he's in first grade. I've been sharing him things that his dad did when he was in first grade. We're a family in this bitch. Okay? That's what we are. I have my entire family with my aunts and uncles and shit like that. We could go through them. I got aunts, cousins and their wives and their husbands, right? Here go my husband with his two sons and one of my little cousins, who was my children's age. No, he's older than my kids because his mom was pregnant with him when we was in high school, right? His mom was also in my wedding. She was one of my maid of honor, matrons of honor. And I didn't have my sons till like 6 years after. So he's 6 years older than my oldest. Maybe even a little older than that. So he about 40 now. Because my son is 31. My son went down to Louisiana with his family all by himself, that and he never wanted to come back because of this young lady right here. He went down there and them young women loved on him. He loved, in Delaware it was different. He goes down to Louisiana, his accent is different, his style is different, the way everything about him different, and them young ladies liked it and he loved it. Okay, look at him, excited and shit, hugging on her. We went back because this is somebody in the family's wedding that we went to. They go my son when he had braids. My little cousin, my other son, he had braids too. He got it covered up, and my other two little cousins at my mom's house. I went and picked them up and took pictures. And he go this my cousin right here and his family. Okay, them his three children, and they all grown now. And I'm not sure if both the young girls have babies now, but I do know one of them. One of them have a son and a daughter. Beautiful family. So here go one of my cousins and his wife. I told you there was a fight at my wedding. My one of my best friends started fighting his first baby mama. The women were fighting over this cousin right here. Okay, and that's it. And his baby mama. This is his son, his first son. His baby mama who came. She had either just had him or she was pregnant with him. I can't remember. One of my uncles, one of my cousins, another cousin, parents, my mom, aunties, cousins. So the idea that you see me on Instagram and you just see pictures of me, right? And then you can't even concede that I'm a wife or a daughter or a mother. You can't concede that. Why? Because that ain't what I was trying to, that wasn't the image I was trying to portray on my Instagram. If it's not what I'm trying to portray on my Instagram, then I understand why you can't perceive me to be something that I'm not showing you. And I don't have no problem with it. To be honest, I don't give a fuck how you portray me. It don't make me any less or any more than who I am. But I guess she would have felt better if I would have just had all these pictures over there but I'm not hiding my family. Okay, I'm not hiding my family, baby. Okay, and for those who tried to make it seem like I'm a white woman, well, I don't know if you could tell, but my family is multicultural usually because people marry into that. But other than that, nah, we black, baby. We black. We just all shades of black. Usually the men though, especially the younger generation, like my children's age and maybe a little older than, they have married interracially. You so if I start going into my extended family, you that's when you'll see more white children or mixed children. That's when you'll see more, and nothing wrong with that. That's just these are the younger, these are my cousins. The youngest one in this picture, because this is a family. That's my aunt, her husband, the one in the back of her with this black hat on, that's her oldest. And then the next one is Duck, which is the one in the blue, right? And then uh Shalom right here in the back, right? Now, so in my generation, it was Dodie and Duck. Duck was the baby running around with us. Okay. So Dodie is my brother's age, which is 2 years younger than me. And Duck is probably 4 years younger than me. 4, 5 years younger than me. So he was the baby while we was teenagers, young teenagers. He was like the baby, but he was old enough where we would be out there watching him. He was old enough to run with us, but not keep up. So we was watching him. You had to be watching your younger cousin. He wasn't a baby. We wasn't required to watch no babies. We was able to be teenagers. We was outside all day until that street light came on. And Duck right here, he was the youngest of us. Now Shalom, I don't really know much about him. And Israel, I know nothing about him, right? This is Israel. He's him and my sister around the same age. Shalom, um, I don't know much about him. I remember when he was born, he was the baby inside while all of us was outside. Israel wasn't even born at all, period. By the time Israel was born, I'm damn near about to be married. Okay. So we I have aunts who was like the women was having babies into their 40s, most definitely, and even into their 50s. This is not no phenomenon. These men started lying, talking about you can't have no babies after 25. Kevin Samuels was putting that shit out there. You hit the wall because you can't have no more babies. Then they call it geriatric pregnancy. And the men try to make it seem like that's a bad thing. Even the women, oh, that's a geriatric. What the hell does that mean? Nothing. It just means that she's older. That doesn't mean like, oh, you got to sit down. Not black women. You'll find that black women still working and doing all kinds of shit while she's pregnant. She was doing it even during slavery. But apparently, them white women, I guess, they so sensitive and so when they pregnant after the age of 30, they need to sit down. And nothing wrong with you believing that. And my husband allowed me to sit down and not have to work. But shit, nothing wrong with it. Okay. He looked like he buzzed out the crane, baby. Okay, she looked just like her mom. When I go through these pictures, I think about my aunts who are no longer with us. Okay. Um, yeah. This is my cousin who I love, like as if like the type of man I would marry, it would have been based on him. And that was his best friend. I think his best friend's still living, right? I had a crush on my cousin. I think I said that I remember when he got married and I was looking at her like, what the hell? I was shocked they was getting married. And those marriages like that are forced due to pregnancy or whatever, those are the ones that don't work. When you got married just because somebody got pregnant. Okay. But the men won't talk about that. They won't talk about that type of stuff when they were forced to be married due to societal, you know. And these men want to go back to that. And those were the marriages that didn't work. Those are the marriages we hear about our grandfathers and grandmothers in, where granddad got a whole nother life somewhere else and all that shit. Those are forced marriages. And then, but in that forced marriage, well, I'm not saying I don't know how my grandparent and my grandfather wasn't forced into marriage, but that was also her third marriage, right? And also, um, there's a family that ends up being the hidden family. And I'm gonna tell you an example of a hidden family member on YouTube. Like Jay Prince mentioned that, even though he changed his story some, but he says that he was the hidden family. I remember the story goes something like his mom was the side chick. The dad was already married to a woman. So there's this woman having babies for this married man, right? And then when the mother passed, that married man ain't taking them kids because that wife ain't taking them kids. So you do end up with a whole situation, and you end up with a hidden side of the family. I always want to ask. I have a cousin. I think I told y'all. I found out about my mom. Then found out that they had a sister after my grandmother passed. When my grandmother passed, my aunt reached out to my sister to say, "Hey, I'm your sister." Now she waited until my grandmother passed to do that, and I always wanted to ask that side of the family because my parents, all my aunts and uncles accepted them with open arms. They got the information from my grandmother that yeah, this is your dad. Because my grandmother took them in. My grandfather's mother took them in and hid them, yo, hid them from the whole fucking family. And now check this out. My grandfather had passed away a long time ago. But they waited for my grandmother passed, which was like a whole nother 30 years later, for them to be a part of the family. I always wanted to know, like, how could that have been growing up knowing that you got sisters and brothers, but you can't even reach out to them? And I just found some information about my dad, right? And that he got sisters and brothers that I didn't know. So I got uncles and aunts that I don't know nothing about, right? And when one of my aunts told me this, the first thing came out of her mouth, because I asked her like, "Oh," she told me where they were from and everything, which is right down the street from where I'm raised. That means I could have a best friend who actually could be like a cousin of mine, right? Um, but she told me, yeah, they just damn parodies, right? I'm like, right there in parodies, like, right? And she's like, yeah, but don't reach out to them people. When she told me that shit, when my aunt told me, and the way she told me that shit, man, I almost cussed her straight the fuck out. Now, see, the problem with that is I should have cussed her straight the fuck out, but I kind of held on to that shit to like a couple of months ago when I reached out to her. I ended up cussing her the fuck out. She said you could have cussed her out a long time ago. And I was like, I was trying to be respectful. I said, but like now I'm not being respectful. And now here go all of this shit. You don't tell me who the fuck to reach out to. I will get on Facebook and set that bitch aflame if the fuck I want to. I don't even know why she would tell me not to reach out. Don't be disturbing them people. Like I'm gonna be honest with it. When she told me, I didn't believe her. But what made me not believe her even more is when she told me not to reach out to them people. See, my dad wouldn't have told what I do know. My aunt don't know that I know, right? I know what happened to my grandmother because my grandmother said it. I heard her say what happened to her. But apparently, they still want to keep that secret. So they just making up shit. So she waited up to my dad to pass away, and she just gave me this shit. I asked her. She just gave it to me, put it in my lap, and I was like, "What?" Like I was like, "That ain't what I heard." Oh yeah, them your dad's people. Like I said, "Oh well, where they from?" And she told me Parodies. Now she must not be smart enough to know that if you just because I live in Delaware don't mean I can't reach out to people in Parodies. Like I'm from that area, right? And then the first thing come out of my mouth, don't be reaching out to them people. The fuck? First of all, I should have said I could reach out to who I wanted, and I should have told her that I don't believe not a fucking thing she's saying, and then I should have told her the story I know about my grandma. Them people still be holding on to motherfucking secrets. But see, secrets only destroy, right? Now I get it where the person, when they living, it's their secret to keep. If they are living, they can keep the fucking secret if they want. When they pass on, and if you realize that that secret is harming other people or affecting others, then that's when other people got a right. I got a right to share the fuck I want, especially if it was shared to me. Now, my grandmother's secret isn't just her secret. It also ends up being my dad's secret, right? And my dad's secret, when he passed on, it becomes his children's secret. And I'm not holding no motherfucker secrets. The people who, who they think it would have harmed or whatever, they gone. And it don't make no sense for no three generational some shit that happened 3 generations ago to still be affecting people today. The more motherfuckers is dumb. Okay, that's all I got to say. If it's your secret to do as you want with it. But if you don't want other people, if it doesn't affect other people, then your shit can die with you. But if that shit is affecting other people, there might be people out here searching for the family, or there might be some deeds that were done where people still might need to be held accountable. Okay? The sins of your father, they do lie on your ass. And it may not be your fault. But how you deal with it might be what makes you different than your motherfucking raping ass motherfucking daddy. You understand? Anyway, I'm gonna put that link in. Let me see. This is my oldest son. I am gonna be auctioning him off. This is him when he's 14 days old, hours old. This is him. He's about, I don't know. I'm thinking about 12 here. Okay. He wanted to call himself Young Breezy. I didn't understand it, but I put it on his pictures for him and shit. Okay. And this is Anna, who was his best friend at the time, right? She got some children now. This is his birthday. This is him when he was into that skating. He was a skater board. Lil Wayne had come out as being a skateboarder. I got videos of him. Look, his hair curly and shit. Okay. It's him and his daddy. He was getting tall. He started to get tall. That's when I let him get his tattoo. I think I let him get a tattoo when he turned 16. Okay, so when he got a little tattoo, I I told him what he can get and what he couldn't get. Okay. There you go. He loving his little tattoo. This is in 2012. That's him. I told y'all the hairstyle that the men use now. I have been doing to my son's hair way before because their mama is a trendsetter. My children ended up being trendsetters. Nobody was having this hairstyle. And people used to think he was crazy because he would fling his hair. Okay. um, I was like, hey, instead of getting braids, let me do something different with it. And he loved it. And so for years he had me do it. Now he got dreads all the way down, touching his butt. Okay. Um, so if you're not seeing the bomb cherry family side of her, that's only because you're not a part of some of her things, right? And it's okay. There go my mom and dad when they got married. Okay. And by the way, I'm at the wedding. I'm just in her belly. Nobody knew my mom was pregnant until the day after. And then that's when she says her belly popped all the way out there once she informed my grandmother that she was pregnant. But I am at this wedding. This happened in September, and I was born in November. Okay. I was born in November. No, this happened in August 23rd. Okay. That's my mom and my dad. This all my aunts and uncles at the wedding, and you could see that the cake was chocolate. Okay, this is the baby, my aunt Carolyn. She was young, like a teenager, young. All of them are teenagers. My mom is 19. My dad is like 21. Me and my husband kind of repeated my mom and dad. Um, my aunt Carolyn, she had to have been something like 11. This is my aunt Florence, which I saw with her family. This is my aunt Eloise, which I saw her family, but she wasn't at the party. Um, I don't know who that is right there. I had some uncles that passed away by the time I was born, but I don't know who that is. It looked like one of my mom's cousins. And yeah, that's me and my brother. So when people say that I got contacts in my eyes, I show them my pictures when I was a baby. And I'm like, unless they put contacts in baby's eyes, but contacts didn't exist back then. Color contacts. I don't think any contacts existed. This is my sister when she was a baby, and people thought she was uh, my daughter. The only people who thought she was my daughter was messy motherfuckers, because you seen me all my life. I never looked pregnant, but it's my little sister. This is her. I was married by the time she took this photo. This is me and my little sister. Why people thought she was my daughter. I'm about 17 here. Okay. Um, it's my brother and two of my cousins. He went to California and stayed the summer, and they took a picture. That's me in the center when I was in high school. This was at, I think this also is, this is not homecoming. I think this is homecoming. It's probably homecoming um, when I was in 11th grade. Okay. You can see the Coca-Cola shirts that were out back then. She has a Coca-Cola shirt. But I didn't wear styles, like I didn't wear, like I made up my own styles. I still have this dress and that jacket. In fact, in my closet, it was called Stonewash. That's what they called the jeans back then, the type of how they would chemically uh deal with the fabric. And that Stonewash jean, um, you can't tell, but I have like two different color shoes on. Actually, I think were they these shoes? Let me look. You know, and I had some Bobby socks. Bobby socks, they like socks, but they made a lace and they got a lace around them. And one of the socks was pink and the other sock was blue. Like I was a trendsetter, baby. I will wear shit that people thought was crazy, and then they will follow the trend. Okay. People thought these shoes was uh two different shoes, but no, they one side is white, one side is black. This dress is very similar to this dress. This one just buttons up all the way, and this one zips up all the way. And then this is a prom dress. I cut my hair like I wanted to be like salt and pepper, cut all my hair off, dyed it with Kool-Aid. Okay, that's why it's orange. And I went to prom. I don't have the picture. I don't know where the prom picture of me and the guy who I went with, but I went with Emmanuel. Was his first name Emmanuel? Or was his last name Emmanuel? I just remember Emmanuel because that's my dad's name, my brother's name. But he was tall. Um, I don't have any pictures of him though. I don't know where them prom pictures at with him in it. That's crazy. Anyway, it's my brother in jail and his daughter. Okay. He was in jail in Missouri, which is crazy, right? Because he came to stay with me and hubby in Missouri and ended up in jail. And my parents drove to Missouri to see him with his daughter. I need to get this picture because this my mother-in-law ended up taking my picture from me without even asking and put it on the wall. So I only got a picture of a picture, but I want my picture. Okay. But I took this picture, hubby and I was dating, but we wasn't married yet. That's my son in a tree. This is my son. This is my son, and this is one of my nephews. And I had just showed that they all part of the Harris family, right? And now that's Lathan. I wonder did I put his name there? Because I always thought his name was Nathan, but it's late. It starts with an L, Lathan. And that's my brother. And that's my brother, my mom and dad, and my oldest son. Okay. And I think that's it on that. I got many pictures of family. Okay. Everybody just don't get to see my motherfucking family. And you don't deserve to get to see all my motherfucking family. Okay. But I got a huge family. And I also have my cam pictures, like why wouldn't I? Right? You see me on cam here, 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 here. But they will make it seem like I'm naked everywhere. And I'm not. As you can see, you see my cam pictures everywhere. Eh, eh, everywhere. How many times I gotta be clothed until I become naked? Can you answer the question for me? Can you tell me where I'm naked at? Can you please show me where? But you know, the women, the ones like Rose, right, who will say, I was trying to be a pick me while I was married already, right? Yes, yes, and yes. Yes, the answer is very yes. Why I am clothed, I am sexy. But you think that means something like I'm naked, I'm naked, I'm naked. I'm still waiting for the nakedness. Okay. I'm still waiting for the nakedness. Please, can you show me where I'm naked? Can I got I show the underwear because I like them underwear. It has a kitty in the front. What it's called? Not diamonds, because you know they're not real diamonds, but uh the kitty, Hello Kitty, was made of Jews, and I loved them. Okay. I got my mom when she graduated. Okay. Even with the black and white, you could tell we have the same eyes. Okay. Um, so any other questions, comments, or suggestions? Now let's go and listen to this bullshit.
Quick. When you asked Jay Speed a question, like I guess it was bombshell, can you learn from this type of married woman? The answer is yes. There's always something that can
That
be learned.
wasn't the question. That wasn't the question at all. I said, can I learn something from her to have a successful, either a committed relationship or a successful marriage, a happy and successful marriage?
Okay. The
So I guess she's saying that if I'm not happy, why wouldn't a woman who can, based on what she's saying, do whatever I want, why wouldn't I be happy? Because I sure don't look like I'm handcuffed to any beds. Um, Like you know what I mean? Like I don't have no bedtime schedule. You know what I mean? I don't have to go punch no clock with no worker, which I'm gonna be honest, like me working was a good thing to help the overall family with money, right? That makes sense, right? My income is in addition to the family income. But my husband was always the type who said, nah, I'm the man, I'm gonna work. And I didn't like that so much. Not that he was the man and didn't work, like I wanted to do something. You know, I wasn't born and thought so I could just sit on my ass. And I want to do something. But the thing that he allowed me to do though is whatever the hell I wanted to do. He allowed me to be able to go and get the education that I have. Because he didn't care if I worked. He didn't, in fact, he didn't want me to work. So when I went and got my education, my husband allowed me to do that. And when I say allowed, like, yes, I could have been required to work. He could have asked me to work. He could have just said, hey, you're gonna do your part. Now he wouldn't have never done, my husband is not that type of man. I'm not even saying that's a bad thing. Like nothing wrong with, hey, we building together. But the truth is he allowed me to go and get the education so I could be proficient in computers. And then I didn't even go and do that shit like that. You know what I mean? That that was me kind of being a little spoiled. Hubby spoiled me. Hubby spoiled me. My generation is different generation than my parents' generation. Or I wouldn't even say my parents, let's say my grandmother's generation. Because my mom, yeah, the generation of all the women in my family worked except like my mom, right? My dad was just similar to my husband. Or should I say my husband is very similar to my dad. I just didn't notice that in the beginning. I married a man so similar to my dad that is crazy without me knowing it. Because I would be like, nah, I would not, you know, like there's so much that he's not like my dad, but then the very most essence of his manhood is just like my dad, just like him. A proud man, a man who says, this is my family and I'm going to protect it. Like I'm talking about real protection. Okay. He protect me where I ain't gotta be at no workers, no in no place being abused by my employer, you know? Um that's a sign of protection. My husband didn't have to be out here fighting and threatening people to protect me. Just his sheer just being here put men on notice that hey, I can't just be running up in the house like that, you know. So these boys who think they're men, they're the farthest thing from men in my eyes. And they trying to convince younger women that they are men. So they want you to think that these are the men. And I'm telling you that these are the ain't shit ass sons of motherfucking absentee dads. Like they didn't most of them you're gonna hear that they ain't have no dad. And so they trying to convince you that they are the real men. And I'm saying they ain't had no dad to teach them how to be a man. So I'll teach them. Somebody need to teach their ass. Just because they growing beards and shit that they men, they ain't shit.
Answer is yes.
Same question.
I'm gonna explain it or try to explain it. Or I'll just put this out there and it's just whatever. Me personally,
So I wasn't there and they wanted to know if I could teach them. And that was weird because, you know, you could have asked, when I'm there, you can ask that question. And then you could have asked everybody for their advice and then you could have got my advice. And I would have told you, you should have got that information from your mom. Or should I say, I'm going to say it nicely. Should have got that from your mother, honey. You should have asked your mother to teach you how to be a wife, unless she's not one. And then that will make more sense that you're seeking that from a stranger like myself. and I'm such a stranger that you know anything about my family, which is why I wouldn't think that you would come to me for advice. Like you don't know anything about me. But then you're shocked when other people have no problem with getting advice from me. Like, oh my God, why would anybody learn from her? Well, those people who really want to know about the shit that I teach, like learning who you are, figuring out who you are. Before you can't get a man and be successful if you don't even know what kind of man you want. And you don't know what kind of man you want because you don't even know who you are. But you would follow what anybody say. Hey, you want a man to protect you? All you got to do is, and then you think that's gonna work. Do you even want a man to protect you? Because I listen to people little by little in their stories that they tell. It be fleeing stories that when they don't want to share too much, they share, right? But the way they share, you can hear them. Like the story about her calling a man who let her drive the car. And they was like, who is it? And she didn't want to give an answer, right? But the way she said it, like this man showed up who she called. That means she called him. I mean, she know his number. She know who he is. And then she said, and he let me drive his car. And I'm thinking, she thinks that's special. And I think I told stories about men would give me their cars. They didn't even know if I could drive. In fact, men gave me their cars and I didn't know how to drive. No license at all. Girl, like you bragging about a man let you drove his car back told me a lot about who you are, or should I say who you are not. Men was, if I said a man, hey, you want to go on a date? Okay, well, this is the deal. You're gonna let me use your car. And me and my girl, we're gonna go out tonight. And then when I come back, you and I can have a date. Niggas was giving me their keys. I didn't even have to do no shit like that. Like if they like you, I'd be like, can I drive your car? Oh yeah. Can I drive your motorcycle? That's the one thing where I almost fucked up this dude motorcycle. I didn't even know how to drive a motorcycle at all. It wasn't even big enough to hold this bitch up. That nigga got off that bike and said, come on. I don't know why he assumed, like, because, I guess girls knew how to ride motorcycles back then. I didn't. I said, oh, that's a nice bike. Can I drive it? I thought he was going to say, come on, let me teach you. I thought he was going to let me get in the front and he was going to do everything because that's how most of the men used to do. This one, he, he just said, yeah, he jumped off and gave me no fucking keys. And I got on there, and as I'm trying to hold this bike up, he realized I don't even know what I'm doing. And then he too just let me be in the front while he was in the back. Girl, niggas would give me their shit just so they could get close enough to me. While being clothed. I know you think you special, ho. Cause a nigga let you drive your car broke down. He let you get your car in his car so you could go where you gotta go. She told that story, not me. And that's when I say average at best, because being average at best ain't got nothing to do with your looks. You could be the most beautiful and still you don't even still can't get what you wanna get. You haven't achieved what you want to achieve in nothing. Like you're not doing nothing. And she mad about it. And she's especially mad at me about it. And still today, girl, listen, still today, like I said, still today, I be feeling like an old woman. In fact, I sometimes even be thinking I'm dressing crazy, but I'm thinking, okay, I ain't gonna have no problem with no man. I'm gonna put on these slippers and I'm gonna have on these socks. What I think is like old lady dressing. And these niggas do not. Yeah, it's like they don't even see that I got on these long ass socks with these slippers on. I guess that ass be just blinding them to like, I don't even know. Because, like I said, just got in a lift, and that man tried to go into a whole conversation about why your name Bomb Cherry. I had to switch that shit up real quick. Okay, I got on mask and everything. They still hitting on me. I'm walking like I'm an old ass woman. They still hitting on me. And yeah. I'm outside playing with my grandson, and a man, I walked through the houses. Like there's a way to go to the park. I could go around on the sidewalk, or I can go through some homes. It is a pathway, but then I walk through the grass. So it's not really a real pathway. But I took the little pathway sometime, being lazy or whatever. And and this man apparently must have saw me through the window, because oh my God, like me and Leaky walking. Next thing I know, somebody's behind me, like, oh, you need any help? So at first, I'm thinking maybe, I look like an elderly woman to him. He asked me, do I need help? And I said, nah, I'm good. And then he introduces himself. He said, and then he starts talking to me. And I'm thinking nothing of it until he asked me for my phone number. And I giggled. And I said, babe, I said, I think I'm old enough to be your mom. And he don't care how old I am. See, these niggas be lying, right? He don't care how old I am. You know what he's trying to assure me? He's trying to tell me what his age is. He don't give a damn what my age is. He ain't giving a damn when I say I'm old enough. I'm quite sure I'm old enough to be my. He don't give a damn. You know what he's trying to prove to me? That he's 21. He's trying to tell me he's a grown ass man. That's not what he's trying to tell me. That's exactly what he told. And I said, well, this is my grandson, right? Leaky was when this happened, Leaky was probably 3 years old. He's 6 now, so this is about 3 years ago. Okay. Um, I'm like, well, this is my grandson. And so I'm letting him know I'm old enough to be like a grandmother, right? And he said, oh, he didn't say, oh, I thought that was your son or nothing, but you could tell, like I thought that maybe he thought this was my son, but I'm letting him know this is my grandson. He don't give a damn about none of that. He don't give a damn that I'm older. He don't even inquire about my age. He don't give a shit about none of that. He just want me to know that he's legal. Okay? He's legal. And then I'm like, well, this is my grandson. He still don't give a shit about that. Because I'm thinking if I tell him this is my grandson, then maybe he might think, could it connect it like I'm not only older, but you know, I'm his grandmother, he got a grandfather. But no, that's in my mind. But nah, he don't consider none of that. He just want to know, like, hey, you need help with anything? And then I was like, nah, I'm good. And then I start looking, because I'm hoping hubby don't come out, right? And the reason I'm hoping hubby don't come out, not because I'm doing anything wrong, but I don't want to put my husband in a situation where he got to do or say anything. You know what I mean? Like, even so, I'm like, well, I informed him where my husband probably waiting for me indoors. And when he heard me say that, he looked and then he said, okay, well, he goes to whisper, if you need anything, I live right. And I was like, okay, well, thank you for that. And then I bring my ass indoors. Now, hubby used to think that I'm trying to protect other men from him. I'm just trying to not put my husband in any situation. And even though I didn't put him in no situation, I'm making sure, like, hey, no, I'm married. You know, I got a husband, and he probably waiting for me, so I gotta go. You know, just as simple as that. But the men don't just say, okay. Some of them will. I've had men where they say, oh, I didn't know you was married. Forgive me for that. And then I said, nah, it's okay. Thank you for the compliment. I took it as a compliment. And then as soon as I said that, it's almost like maybe I left an opening, because now they like when I say nah, it's okay. I'm letting them know it's okay. I don't take offense. It's okay. You didn't know who, right? But then they'll still want to have conversation. I'm like, nah, like I'm married. I'm happily married. And I just want her to know, and everybody else who cares whether somebody's happily married or not. Like, it's really not your concern, but I can assure you that if I wasn't happily married, I'm quite sure there's a whole shitload of men who would make me happy while being married. Okay. So even if I was in a marriage where I wasn't happy with who I'm married to, it's so many of you men who will volunteer your time and space, your penis and miles and your money to ensure that even though I'm in an unhappy marriage, you gonna make sure I'm happy while being in this unhappy marriage. Y'all got to stop. Nobody's out here so sad and shit. Nobody, they ain't got no marriage. We already know, right? Y'all claiming that lots of women are cheating on their husband. So guess what? That means somebody is ensuring that she is happy in her unhappy marriage. And and lots of you men are willing to put your bodies, mouths, penises, and everything up to make sure that there ain't gonna be too many unhappy married motherfucking women out in this world. Ladies, you ain't gotta worry about that shit right there. These men will make you think that every woman is unhappy in their marriage because they're against marriage. They don't want you to find no happiness. So now they pushing it, and now you believe it, and then now you don't even want to get married because you're like, I'm not being in no unhappy marriage. Don't worry about that, girl. Don't worry about that shit at all. Okay? Ain't no man not just choosing you because you was married before and divorced. Married women who got divorced get remarried all the time. And if you decide you don't want to remarry again, they still be like, oh, she's a divorced woman. They still will come and take care of you. Don't let these men, push you away from something that you may want to try. And by the way, divorce, the way they make it like divorce is this end all be all shit. Divorce is just the end of something, and you can start anew. Right now, it seems like people are so scared of divorce that they won't even get married. And they make it like divorce is the end. It's gonna be the end of you, the end of your life, the end of put you gonna be done. It's over. And I'm like, if you got divorced, you got divorced. It didn't work out. It's almost like, hey, you took a job, you either quit or you got fired. It didn't work out, but it's not the end of your motherfucking life. It continue on. Shall we? Yes. You let these niggas tell it though. It's over for you. But but it's over for us anyway. It's over if we don't get married, because then they claim you can't find nobody married. It's over if you do get married, because then you must be unhappy in the marriage, right? It's over if you get married and divorced, because now you divorced. If you have any children, then it's bad because you had children. If you abort children, then it's bad because you aborted the children. And if you decide you don't want no motherfucker children, then you must have some problems with your ovaries and shit like that. So they got a problem there. Listen, it's a problem you just existing to men who hate women, ladies. And now women are starting to hate women by using the same tactic these men are doing. And I'ma just have to beat a bitch up with my motherfucking speech. Because, if I don't say with my speech, she go, oh, she threatened to beat me down. Nah, bitch. Oh, I forgot. She mad I called her a bitch. I don't know what to tell you, ho. Oops, I called her a hoe. Ooh, that's so bad of me. I guess I'm sitting on her chest. I guess I must be smothering. She gonna die because I use some words that she don't like. And I'm thinking, where these lame ass bitches live? Like, where you live at? I bet you when something like this come on, I bet you she'd be like, we outside. We outside, ho. We outside. We outside, ho. I bet she be jamming that shit. But on the internet in front of these men, when she doing what she doing, which is picking me, right? Pick me in. that's when all the cuss words is just too much. Oh my God. It was over there and she called me a bitch for nothing. I called you a bitch because I wanted to. But I guess I'm more concerned that you worried about that I called you a bitch. That's what I'm concerned with. Okay, anyway, I was on here for 2 hours. I ain't even drop a link. Let me drop a link. But I'm not gonna be here too much longer. Hubby gonna be coming up. He's I haven't seen him all day. Did I see Hubby at all? Because when he came home, I was asleep. Um, no, I haven't laid eyes on him. He's downstairs. Okay. And I want him to know I love you, baby. I love you. Okay. Um, yes. We're gonna be married, going on whatever year, how many years it is. Y'all could count them up. We got married in 90, not 90. No, I met him in 90. We got married in we got married. I met him like mid 90. We got married in February of 91. Okay. February 91. Y'all add that shit up. And that'll be my exact many years of being married. Now I'll be counting when we met. And yes, we only knew each other. It was less than 6 months between us dating and being married. In fact, I think by the time we started dating, what I would consider dating and married, it was about 3 months. Okay. 3 months between us dating and getting married. I also explained how it went so fast, um, due to circumstances. You know what I mean? Like I moved, right? I left the post, and therefore it would have been a long distance thing. I went back to visit him. Um, and that last time I went back to visit him, I kind of knew, and I may have shared it with him, like, hey, it was a great time, really like you and everything, but you know, this ain't gonna work. I don't think I said it like that, but I think we both could tell that this wasn't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Like, we young, right? And I'm not trying to be coming back every 3 months. And even if I did come back 3 months, which I could, I could see it being a little trip that you make to go see your boo, right? But in the meantime, in between times, I'm young and he young, and I don't, you know what I mean? I'm just realistic. I don't know what he would do and wouldn't do, but I already got a feeling that I'm not gonna be stuck inside with no boo who several states away that I'm only gonna see every 3 months. That ain't working for me. You know what I mean? I got too many men around wanting to have fun, go out and shit like that. I'm going out and having fun. You know what I mean? Even when me and hubby was dating, I would still be going out with other men. The men who would hear me say that, they'd be like, "Oh, wait, what?" Yes, we wasn't married, and somebody asked me to go to the movies. And just because you go to the movies with somebody don't mean you having sex with people. And you men know that shit. Because y'all done been on many dates where you ain't get to touch that woman. But now they want to act like every time a woman like myself say, yes, I've been on many dates, that apparently now that mean I was fucked by many men, even though these men went on dates where they didn't have no sex. It's crazy. It's crazy, baby. But now they trying to convince men don't take women out on dates unless you're getting sex. And that ain't gonna work. Because women, we could go out on our own motherfucking dates. We get with our girlfriends and go straight anywhere we want to go. We go to the movies together, the club together. We'll go skating together. We'll go out to whole other countries together. So you're not gonna be able to hold no woman hostage due to no going to no on no date. Now you just got to be reasonable with your dates. And there was a man over there who said he took a woman to this expensive restaurant on a date. The men was trying to convince him how stupid he was. And I'm the only one up there like, hey, my brother, like, no, you didn't do anything wrong. If you when you went to that restaurant and you had a good time, did you? He said, yeah, that's where I want to go. So that was a woman who accompanied him. accom- How to say the word? She went with him. Okay. There was a woman who he liked who went with him to this restaurant, and they had a nice time together. There are men who also like to go and have a good time. They like to go to different restaurants to try different foods on the different menus. And they okay when they go by themselves, but they feel even better if they're going with a beautiful, what they consider a beautiful woman or a funny woman, somebody he enjoys being with. Stop letting these other men tell you that you a simp because you, who like to go to different places, enjoy going with someone other than your boys, where you can't even really be yourself because you got to always be in this role of this masculinity bullshit that you got to be with your boys. When you could be with a woman, you could be who you want to be. We don't give a damn. Okay. And the ones who did give a damn and they not really up your speed, now you found out that this woman just not your type. And that's it. It doesn't mean that she's disgusting, she's bad, wrong. She's just wrong for you. That's it. And you found it out while still hopefully having a good time. Okay. And then we got the women, who she thinks she deserved this type of thing. And but she thinks because one guy gave it to her, she thinks all of them gonna give it to her. And then she finds out, well, no, there's only this one guy like me enough to do this for me. And then she tries to use that one guy. And that is the fucking problem. You found somebody who liked you enough to take you to them expensive restaurants and buy you whatever he buying you. He liked you enough to do that. And the other men, they don't like you enough to do that. Or maybe they just can't do it. And what I say to the men, don't be chasing no bitch who ain't giving you nothing but want you to give her. Like, what the fuck? She not considerate of you. Um, if she not considerate of you and you want to be considered, right? You want somebody who should be considerate of you. But if you're okay with a woman who treats you that way, which there are lots of men who like those type of women, we cannot lie. There are gonna be a lot of men who are gonna be turned on by the woman who treats him in a particular way. He likes that shit. He's used to that shit. And nothing wrong with that neither. Okay, I'm gone. Um, y'all can go look up. It was Who Can Find a Virtuous Woman. Her price is above rubies. I don't know what that means, but okay. Men don't care about no goddamn rubies. Men don't care about no goddamn rubies. I don't know why, because the precious gems. They worth more than the American dollar, but Oh God, let me see. Um, so I'll be back tomorrow. Hubby gonna be up here. I'm shocked. It's only 10. Um, I don't want to share his live today, but they supposed to have a nice live. I think it's gonna be hosted by the women. So I think it's a woman topic by Miss Karen. She's supposed to be doing something for tonight over there. By the way, I do want to say I met some very nice people over there. Yesterday it was me, Jay Speed, and Scam Likely, and a young woman, damn, what's her name? Uh what was her name there? It was, let me go see if I can, is this a screen from yesterday? No, it's not the one. I'm gonna tell you her name, and man, she bomb, baby. And if and then I follow on Instagram, and I'm telling you, yeah, she's somebody you men would definitely want to follow. And ladies, if you're into exercise and shit like that, wait, let me go find her because I definitely want to give her a shout out. Uh, hey TMKC, how you doing? Hey, either man, is it 34 years? Damn, I done added like 2 years on to the shit. I only been married 34 years. I think I've been saying like 36 years, right? So 34 years. Okay. I had to add that shit up. But let me tell you, after the 20, I think I counted up until the 20th year. And then after the 20th year, shit, I stopped counting to be honest. And the honest, I wouldn't even be telling people I'm married. You know, like I don't have to tell people I'm married in real life unless I'm out and about and the men come up and because I don't wear wedding rings. I don't do that. Like I probably didn't like that. I remember one time when I did want a divorce and then one of my promises to him, we made promises to each other. Like he promised that he was gonna take me dancing more or find me dance classes. And he did do that. I went in, I took belly dancing class and he went with me every week and he drove me all the way to Maryland so I could take a belly dancing class, y'all. Okay. And he sat there and watched me learn belly dancing. That's crazy. Now here I am like 40, I think I was like 43, 44, 45, in between 43 and 45 years old. And I'm going to take belly dancing with the younger women. I think they were white too, if I'm correct. Okay. I think I was the only black, and I definitely was the oldest. And hubby was sitting, and then, but what I promised him was that I would wear a ring on my finger that signifies that I'm married. Yes, that was one of his requirements. And I put that ugly ring on my finger, which I think rings, I do not like rings. Because I feel like I'm gonna die. Like I feel like I'm suffocating with a ring on. I know it's the craziest thing. You know how people are bad in confined spaces? Well, to me, I'm not bad in really confined spaces, but a ring on my finger, jewelry around that doesn't stretch, I feel like I'm choking. So it's on my finger, and I felt like, oh my God, I'm not gonna be able to get it off. I start panicking and shit. And the people just telling me, just slide it off. I'm like, no, it's stuck. And then they just straighten out my finger and pull the ring right off. I'm dying in the goddamn jewelry store and shit. Like, oh my God, it won't come off. It's strangulating me. Please. They're like, ma'am, just straighten your finger out and poof. Anyway, um, so that was one of my promises that I would wear the ring. Now I did wear the ring. That's why it was ugly because it wasn't a fitting ring. Like it was just I had to get one that was big. Like it was a size 9, y'all. I'm telling these people I wear a size 9. They're like, no, ma'am, you about a 7. Like a 7 to be okay loose. And I'm like, nah, I need a size 9. I need a 9. I'm like, look, this and it's because it slips right on and slips right off with no issues. But it's not touching my fingers. That's how big it is. All right. Anyway, yeah, you know, when I wanted a divorce and we decided not to go through the divorce, we got together and we made a few promises to each other. And that's what you do. You conversate, you have communication, you come up with deals, deal breakers, you know, things like that, things that'll make both of y'all happy, that you can do. That's marriage. That's even friendship. That's being in a family. All of that. All of that. Um, a man just telling me what I can't do and what I better do, that shit ain't gonna work with me. And I'm gonna be honest, it's not gonna work with nobody. It may work for with a woman for a while. Soon as she figure out who she is, and she figures out she don't really like that shit. As she get older, she'll voice herself. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Can I tell y'all this? Like a person conceding because they don't have no choice is not the same person who will go and cook for you with love and tender care. So if my job is to be a cook, then I will do the job as long as you giving me what I need to get. But just know there ain't gonna be no extras in it. I'm gonna go. and cook that fucking meal. I'm gonna make sure it's edible, and that's it. But a woman who loves you and she's okay with her job of cooking, because in your family that's what y'all have come up with, the roles. Nothing wrong with gender roles, nothing wrong with roles, period. Right? In a family, if my job is when the kids come home, I'm here, I'm gonna help them with their homework as much as I can. I let hubby know, look, I can't help them with their homework, you're gonna have to do it. When hubby got home from work, he didn't complain that he got to do it. We had a conversation. I said, babe, I can't help them with this homework. I don't know how to do this. He gonna be mad at me that I don't know how to help the kids with their fucking homework. So he gets home from work. He tell the kids, hey, it depends on how he feel. If he want them to come and do it right then and there, so when he can relax, or he want to relax first, and then he call him in, hey, let's get your homework done. It shouldn't be no, you the woman, I'm at work all day, you got to help them with the homework. If I can't help them, I can't help them. So you should have married a mathematical motherfucker genius. Is what you should have done. Cause I ain't that, and I ain't play like I was that. I was just a sexy bitch. That's it. That's look. That should be all I'm required to be in this motherfucking marriage, is a sexy bitch. If I'm required to be more than that, we should have talked about it. we, we, we should have talked about it. You was okay with my big butt just a shaking. Now you want me to be a mother? Wait, why you want me to be a mother? Jones, and from all you do is a size 9 will fall off. Girl, I had that big ass ring on, girl. I still have it. It was yellow. That shit was so goddamn fake, girl. It was yellow. It didn't even look like it was fake gold. It looked just straight yellow. And it had a diamond. I was like, he wanted me to wear a ring. I didn't give a damn what kind of ring. It just had to be big. I didn't care that it was ugly. And I did wear it until he bought me a band, right? And it was cute. And it was on size 9. And then I wore it for a while, but then I eventually took it off. Okay. I did it until he was, he was secure. He never understood. Hubby never understood when I would say, because I would come and tell him, hey, babe, I just want you to know I had to give somebody my number. Now, let me tell you, at first I wasn't telling him. At first, I was giving people phone number, and I wasn't telling him. Like, I didn't, what's the need in telling him that I gave some man my number, right? I gave some man my number, and that's it. Okay. Back then, you used to answer the home phone and shit like that. So not only was I giving him at one time I would give him fake numbers. Y'all ladies know what that was. Used to be a number. I never wanted to embarrass the man. So when he called that number, that would tell him that the woman, obviously gave you the wrong number, because I knew these men gonna see me again. Okay. Not only were they gonna see me again, but motherfucker, I would find that motherfuckers, depending on where they met me at, they would be in that area looking for me. Okay. So I never wanted to make it obvious that I'm giving them the wrong number, but I would give them the wrong number. Okay. When I stopped giving them wrong numbers is when cell phones, motherfuckers, I always had a cell phone. Ever since my children were born, me and hubby had cell phones. At first, actually, hubby has always had a cell phone since the day one of our first child. Hubby got his first cell phone in like 90, it had to have been like 92. My oldest son was born in 94. Okay. Hubby had a cell phone and I had a pager. At first, both of us had a pager. Then hubby got a cell phone and I had the pager. And so my husband has always had a cell phone. Now, everybody didn't have no cell phone, so a cell phone was just a cell phone. Like, I ain't really had nobody, even when hubby got me the cell phone, I said, what I'm gonna do with this? I ain't gonna lie. Like, I was like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this? And he looked at me, he said, so you in the case of emergency. I'm like, and who the hell I'm gonna call? He said, you'll call me. I said, shit, I could have paid, I could have used stopped at the corner store and called you if I needed you. It was crazy how, and then though I had a cell phone for all them years. And because most people didn't have cell phones, it ain't shit, right? It ain't nothing. Um, and then one day though, this guy asked me, and they always did it when my children was there. Some men could be really, to me, that was disrespectful because I'm a mother. Even if I didn't have a husband and all that shit, I'm still a mother. And these are boys. Like, you, what you walking up to me? And here go my sons. Like, these my fucking sons. Like, nigga, you could have called me to the side and act like you trying to sell me some shit and then come at me. But no, they they would even say some shit like, hey, little man, you looking for a daddy? They would say shit like that to my sons. And that's why my youngest, he is so, I even watch how he handled his relationship in real life. It has a lot to do with what he saw with me and men, right? Now the thing is, he don't understand he was a child. So he don't know what he saw. He just know what it looked like to him in his child. But when I talk to him as an adult, I'm like, hey, like, you had never seen me cheat on your dad. You saw men approach me, but you always saw me, you know, I, like I would be nice to the guys. There's no need for me to be rude to them or mean to them. I would be like, hey, these my sons. You know what I mean? Like, hey, these my sons. I'm kind of like, if you're gonna talk to me like you're an adult, we are adults, but these my sons right here are not adults, right? Um, and my son just never, I guess, I don't know, maybe my son thought I should have been cussing them men out, tell them to get the fuck out of my face or something like that. I don't know. I even asked him, like, what did you expect me as a woman with two young boys to say? Like, I gotta protect them. I gotta make sure I'm good, right? And then at the same time, some of these men lived in our neighborhood. So I don't want to offend them. Them might be the very same men who I need to protect me in my neighborhood at some point. Gotta think about all that motherfucking shit. And so my son now with his relationship, he kind of like me. So and his girlfriend or his girlfriend, she's kind of like me too, but she's also real jealous. Now I ain't gonna lie, like Scorpios, we are jealous, right? We could be real jealous, but the way you handle it will make a difference as far as I'm concerned, right? Like the truth is, I know when y'all hear me speaking, I say things like, "Yeah, hubby could have got another wife and shit," but then I put something on top, right? I said, "Hey, he could have another wife." I let him know he could have a girlfriend. He just got to let me know. And then what did I say? I want him to know if he get a girlfriend, I'm gonna get a boyfriend. But then you also hear me say, "I know he don't want me to have a boyfriend." So you got to understand: is that me really saying he could have a girlfriend, or is that me saying I'm letting him know he can have one for the option to be there where he feel good and he not locked into no bullshit. Like it makes a person feel like, oh, he said I can have a girlfriend. And then he goes to the but if I get a girlfriend, she gonna want a boyfriend. And so it make it look like he has all the cards, right? I don't have no problem with him thinking he got all the cards. Okay. I don't have no problem with that. He get what he want, I get what I want, and we happy. In the world that we live in, a lot of people don't like boundaries. A lot of people don't like hard boundaries. What that mean? A man don't want to be known that he can't get something that he might want, even if he don't want it, but he don't want to be told he can't get it. Because I'm a man, damn it. And if I want another woman, some men okay with not having another woman, but secretly, as humans, they might not don't like that. They don't like that. They feel like they restricted. Feel like they're restricted. I didn't want my husband to feel like he restricted. while restricting the shit out of him. Okay. I'm restricting the shit out of him, but he just don't know it. Okay. I wasn't gonna be hovering over him. I'm not gonna be checking on him. I'm not gonna be accusing him of cheating. In fact, I could tell when something wasn't right. And you know what I mean? When something was right, I could tell. I ain't say shit. Okay. I, let it feel like he might be getting away with some shit. And why didn't I say shit? I don't know. It depends. It depends on whether I didn't care at the time or I don't know. Maybe I was busy. You know, I was getting to go out with my friends and shit. When he go out with his friends, he go out with his friends. I never cared what they doing. If as long as that shit didn't come to my front door, and some shit would have came to my front door, all hell would have broke loose. See, and people don't like when I say that shit because you thinking, nah, they shouldn't do. I cannot control what another human being is doing, y'all. And because I can't control it, I would be driving myself crazy, wondering, thinking about it, trying to figure it out. I'm not going through that. I had 2 sons, right? And all the other businesses and shit that I'm doing, everything looked fine from my perspective, and I'm good. I'm good. I, you know what I mean? Like if somebody came to me and told me today, hubby cheated 10 years ago, I don't know what they want me to do with that. What you want me to do with that? What am I supposed to do? Go back in time and be mad at him? Or am I supposed to be mad at him today for some shit that he did 10 years ago? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I wouldn't. So when somebody, the question was, should you tell your friend that somebody cheated? Um, that's a good question. And what I go to is what I would do or want somebody to do. So my answer may not be the answer that y'all like. My answer gonna be predicate on what I would like or not like, which make all the sense, right? Because you asking people questions about what they think you should do, and it's gonna be based on what they want you to do with them. And I don't come telling me my husband cheated on me 10 years ago. When you ask me, do you think your husband ever cheated? The truth is, I don't know. And the honest truth is, at this point, I don't care. So, yes, don't come telling me shit. Now, if you see something today, okay, you do. I'm not gonna be mad at the messenger, right? Um, but you would have to be a special someone to be able to come and tell me. Like, do you think anybody at my husband's job can come call me and say, "Hey, I just want you to know your husband cheating"? You and I'm supposed to just take that. I don't even like. Who are you? You who? Oh, you work with him? Where you work with him at? Like, man, I don't know. Um, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I'm gonna take that too well. That some woman I don't fucking know call my number to tell me some shit. And the reason I'm not gonna take that so well, because I don't know her, right? I don't know what what did she get out of telling me? Like, could she be trying to ruin some shit so she can get in there? Like, y'all, I've come across all kinds of women, baby, who would do some devious ass motherfucker shit, baby. Ruin marriages, families, and everything just for the gist of doing it, baby. And so forgive me for not just believing anybody who come and tell me some shit. And forgive me for, yeah, I'm wondering, oh, you come to tell me why? Like, like, why are you telling me? If we're not friends, you're not obligated to tell me shit. You don't even know me, so you don't like me or dislike me. So what you telling me for? Like, what is the purpose? Are you telling me? And so I'm sorry. I know people don't like that shit, but I don't give a fuck. Don't come telling me shit unless I know you. You got to be a friend, and you got to be a friend who I trust. I know all my friends. Some of my friends, I wouldn't trust that bitch as much as I could pick her ass up and throw her across the motherfucking street. You understand? Like you can have friends that you don't trust because you know them. I know them enough that if that hoe get mad at you, she would set your ass up. Okay? She can't set me up because I ain't stupid enough to let the bitch set me up. You understand? I done clocked her. I see her. I know what type of person she is. She set up her own sister. She set up her own mother. They done crossed her and she felt like she was crossed and she done did some fuck shit to her own family members. Well, who the fuck am I to think that she won't do that shit to me? I would be stupid to think that she wouldn't do that shit to me. And therefore, that hoe can't tell me shit about nothing. All we could do is go out together and dance and have fun. That's it. That's it. That bitch gonna make sure we gonna have us a good time because she know where to go. I'm she gonna get drunk and we gonna have fun and I'm gonna be the driver, the designated driver and shit who gonna be having fun right with her ass. And then I'm gonna drop her ass off at home, drunk and all, and I'm gonna come to my house and I'm gonna see that bitch the next time we decide to go out together. And that's it. And that's all. Okay? She fun to be with. We have fun together. We make a good, fun group of people when we go out together. Ain't no mess, nobody getting shot. We ain't gotta worry about none shit. And at the same time, that bitch can't tell me nothing about my man. Okay. You can't tell and she never gonna be left in my house with my husband alone, neither. Okay. Cause that bitch will have me beating the fuck out of her. Okay. she she and listen, she had me whipping her goddamn ass. Talk about she was drunk, bitch. Or you was so drunk that you took off your panties, bitch. Okay? I'm crazy. I had some crazy friends, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. But they were still friends the same. Nothing, and people be like, why would you be friends with somebody like that? Because she was fun and she was crazy. And we had fun together. Like, fuck, that's why. That's why. Okay. Um, man, I remember when this friend, she was a friend and because she lived in the city of Wilmington, she would meet lots of other women. So she was like the connect even to the other women who was fun, right? But that was this one time she had introduced me to these other women, and we would just go out and have a good time. We was all over. We'd be in Philly. I ain't know nothing about Philly. These women knew how to get around Philly or Chester, or if we went to Newark, Jersey, wherever. These women was my connect to get there. I'm the driver because I had the car, and they knew how to get there. And when we got there, we were treated well and all that shit. That's how you end up with friends. But they're not the type of friends that you call up and can tell them any and everything, right? You got another group of friends for that. At least I did. But these were my fun friends. My sadistic friends was the ones I could call and cry and be mad at my husband with, right? But she too was married, so she wasn't going out. She was a teacher, so she definitely she was on some other type of shit. Okay, um, which I enjoyed going out with her too. It was just a different experience going out with her. Anyway, the one who I said who I wouldn't trust around my husband, that's the one who told me to go digging in her vagina with my goddamn what you call my things out the kitchen because the condom, she said she thought the condom was stuck in her. And that bitch laid on my bed top and reached me my own thongs from my kitchen and told me to go digging. Bitch, you got me fucked up. First of all, give me my thongs, bitch. We cook with those. And secondly, I ain't digging in shit. I'm like, you need to go in there and shake your asshole over the toilet. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? I ain't never had no vagina with nicks and crannies and shit getting stuck in me. I ain't know what to tell her. But check this shit out though. What she did, We went, I met another fun person through her. And she had just met her. She had known me for a while, for a couple of years, but she had just met this woman, I don't know where, somewhere in Wilmington, and they started talking, and then she started going out with us. I was like, cool, I'm meeting more chocolate women, so we could go and party together. I'm cool with it. I'm the driver, so I'm the driver, baby. You need no man no more. You got a girlfriend who drives and willing to drive, and we gonna have fun. Anyway, check this shit out. Everything good. We probably friends with her maybe for about 7 months now, to where even I'm going to a house even without the other friend, because I went to go pick her up, so we could go to the other friend together. Shit like that. Everything good. My sons was young, and she had children who was old enough to even watch my children. So that's when you become friends too, right? Because she had daughters who were like teenagers, old enough to babysit. So now her daughter making money from us while she watching the kids, because hubby might be out with his friends or some shit like that, right? So everything clicking, everything cool until they went out by themselves, because they live in the same city. They live in Wilmington, you know. Um, they was closer than I was, because I worked a lot. And then I had my children, my husband, and all that shit. But I remember I go by old girl house because and I find out she's mad, and she's like, that bitch, and I'm like, that bitch did what? Like, what happened? And she wouldn't tell me what happened, but she was mad at old girl. And I was like I didn't know what was going on. And in a sense, I didn't really want to get involved, but we like a little group, which means if we going out, we trying to set up our day. Like if we're going out this weekend, I don't know, like hubby's not going out with his friends, so I don't need no babysitter. Hubby gonna have the kids, right? And yeah, where we going? Like, we just going out here? Is there a new place? What we doing? And she was mad, and she was talking like she ain't going if old girl going. I was like, wait, what? What happened? And she didn't want to tell me. So I was like, okay. I go to a girl's house now. And I'm like, I went to pick up so and so, but she said she not going. Like I ain't tell her she said she ain't going if you go. I just said she said she not going. I'm like, so I guess nothing wrong with it. We ain't gotta go nowhere this weekend. It's good, all good. And she goes to tell me that they went out, right? They went out together, and then they ended back at her house. Old girl was drunk because they get drunk. I'm not a drinker. I've never been a drinker, so you ain't gonna never hear about me getting drunk. The only time you're gonna ever hear about me getting drunk if you listen to my parents and aunties, and they'll talk about when I got drunk when I was like 9 years old. And they're gonna talk about me and my cousin getting drunk together and shit. That's it. Okay. Uh so apparently she got drunk, and old girl hit on her. I'm talking about old girl hit on the drunk girl. And because she was drunk, she was with it. And then old girl did some sexual shit to old girl. And old girl, in her soberness, she ain't like that shit. She ain't like that shit. I guess in her drunkenness, she was down with that shit. But in her soberness, she wasn't down with that shit. And when she told me that, it I I was a little, I don't know, I wouldn't call it confused, right? It just, I realized that old girl, right? Because I used to hear her say shit like, she would like to taste this. She would, like, I wonder what you taste like. And I would just giggle that shit off. You know what I mean? I would giggle that motherfucking shit off. But apparently I realized that if I ever got drunk around this hoe, incapacitated around this hoe, this hoe might take advantage. And that's when I started I started looking at her a little differently. That's why I say she's a friend who I wouldn't trust around. I wouldn't trust her. Now, originally, I didn't think that way. You know, when you first befriend people, you don't befriend people you can't trust. But you can befriend some people who you later realize that you cannot trust. You know what I mean? And yeah. Uh when old girl told me that happened, she told me herself. Like old girl didn't tell. She didn't want to tell me what happened. And she told me, yeah, we was having a good time and I did this and I did that. And so I'm thinking, okay, oh, now I know why old girl mad. Okay? Old girl mad because you done, you done took advantage of her as a sign of her being drunk. While we supposed to protect each other from men taking advantage, we find that in our group of women, there's a motherfucking woman in the group who will take advantage. And that's some scary shit. That's some scary shit right there. I'm about to go, y'all, because I'm bored. I'm talking too goddamn much. And I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not gonna be doing this too much. Zoom about to expire on my ass. I'm gonna be honest. And I'm not paying for it. I'm not paying for it. I don't think I get on here that enough for me to pay for it. I have to go through the email and see when it expires. Then I'll make a decision. But I do know they gave me like February. They gave me a February date. Okay. I don't feel like looking at it now. But I hope y'all enjoyed the conversation. Mom be wilding out, and that's all it is. I don't have no problem sharing my family. I am a family person. I'm not on here lying about having a family. Some of y'all have spoken to my husband, and then not only that, sometimes you may be speaking to him and you just don't know you're speaking to him, cause well, not anymore, cause he like Jay Prince. He would be over there by Jay Prince. He not anywhere really anywhere else. He might go by Sharon every once in a while, but um, I've not really seen him over there with Sharon, having a conversation or anything. So hubby but he used to have an addiction to Jay Prince. I know some of y'all miss Jay Prince channel, baby. Okay, we all talked about it and shit like that, but Jay Prince, you are missed, baby. Okay, um, cause your ass was funny. And I don't know, I got a habit of looking up your name to see if you live. You usually always live if nobody else live. So anyway, hubby. I was supposed to tell y'all who that young lady was. Let me go. And then I went to her Instagram. I was like, actually she has quite a few videos that ended up on my timeline because she does Zumba exercise and shit. Man, she got man. Okay. She got one of them bodies, baby. Okay, hard working body. But you could tell she worked at it and things like that, take care of herself. Let me see what her name was over there. It started with an L. Hey, Ivory Dreams. Oh, you want me? Oh, okay, wait, let me give you the link. Hold up. Hold up. I apologize. I didn't think anybody wanted to come up. Sometimes people don't come up. I'll drop you the link. Hubby not up here yet. Uh And by the way, I like fun people, y'all. People consider me wild, but in real life, nobody considered me wild. But um, except even at the events, it was all respectful. Nobody was disrespectful. You would think on here, based on how people act online, you would think that people would have come up and just be disrespectful. The men would come in my face and say you a hoe, and the women would even be like, nah, like where I went, people were interested in wanting to attend. They wanted to come. They wanted to check it out. They wanted to party with us, because nobody's hurting anybody. Nobody's harming anybody. Nobody disrespecting anybody. Only on this, that's how I know when they phony. When they'll say they'll do shit that nobody in the world is doing without replication, rep, no, rep, ramifications. No, how the word? I'm not pronouncing it. Let me grab this link. You know, when you might get your ass beat. I ain't gonna lie, like I'm nice and sweet and everything, but you can't just tell me anything. Um, cause yeah, we might it might and I don't know about this yelling match. I'm not from where people just start yelling. Where I'm from though, somebody might bash you in your motherfucking head. And if I bash you in your head, you think I want you to have the upper hand, a chance to bash me in the head first? No, that means I'm gonna bash you in your motherfucking head when you least expect it. And I think people are so used to TV and lies and shit. And I think when I tell the truth, although you could tell it sounds like the truth, Cole, I don't want to lose. Okay, y'all, how many times they gonna change Zoom around? This is not the first time I had to go looking. Okay, I found it. I'm the fun person. I like to have fun, right? My story's gonna be funny and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be true. It's, but you know what I mean? Even with old girl when we found out that she she did some shit that she shouldn't have done. That shit was fucked up. You know what I mean? Like that's some you might get killed type of shit. And old girl was like, she was like really from the hood. And she was so embarrassed by what happened, she didn't even want to tell me what happened. And I know she wanted to beat her ass because she told me, she said if she go, I ain't going nowhere around her. That is she assaulted that woman when she was in her weakest, when she was around somebody she should have been able to be protected by. And that old girl did that shit to her. That's fucked up. Oh, oh, let me turn your camera off. Hold on. Oh, you turned it off. Okay. Let me make some changes where hey, Ivy Dreams, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I haven't talked to you in a long time. One time I joined and spoke to you and your husband about buying property, maybe like a year and a half ago.
Buying property? Okay.
Yeah, we had a discussion about investing in property and buying property, and it was a long time ago.
Oh, okay. But you live in California?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I recognize your voice. I don't remember the
Yes.
I thought we was talking about politics and some you was telling me
We
about
were
our
talking
girl
about
college.
politics. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
I,
We talk about
yeah, I reckon
politics.
yeah. Okay, I
Yes, and
recognize your
then
voice. I'm bad with names.
yes.
How you doing? You doing
And
good?
I'm doing fine because I had met you over at Chaotic,
Oh, okay.
and
Okay.
and that's how I met you a while ago.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I was saying that I was just wanted to check in with you. I really admire you. Um, I'm going to start getting in these lives and backing you up because you're telling the truth, and then these young men and women, they don't understand the wisdom, but they want to talk as if they're experts and they have all of this wisdom.
Yeah.
Because I have watched you, and they just act in a very disrespectful way, and they don't even have the experience and the wisdom.
Yeah, but thank you for that. But we when we older, like we can all disagree, right? Like you could
Yes,
disagree with
ma'am.
me, I could disagree with you, and we could and shit. Even even okay with a throwdown, with some words and stuff. I'm okay with that. Everybody's not okay
Hmm.
with that, which I get. But when when like the men are trying to say that we are women and we ain't nothing,
Correct.
and some of the women are ready to rock with that, and I'm okay if she want to rock with that, but then don't attack me on behalf of the man. You know, that
Yeah.
that's what I felt like happened on somebody's panel with someone.
No, I was there
Oh, you were there?
because
Okay.
I heard you talk about that panel, and so then I saw they were live. I came over there. And I saw everything that went down with that young lady, that she felt like she was exposing you. Now, me knowing you from a while ago, I know you're married. I know you have a family. I spoke to you and your husband,
Mhm.
so I felt that she was trying to be disrespectful. And she was trying to say, "Oh, well, you're a pick me. Well, I'm a married woman also. We've already been picked, sweetheart.
Right.
So we don't have to be a pick me, you know." And I felt she was trying to do it to try to one up you because she felt a little embarrassed, but you were telling the truth.
Yeah. When she asked me why I called her pick, because at first it seemed like, when I said it,
Hmm.
I had it was actually a time before, and I had mentioned that it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like if a woman looking to be picked, but I said it how it's done, and usually with the men, these women want to be picked by these men while they lowballing women, right? They degrading us,
Yes.
which I wouldn't want to be picked by a man who's degrading me or any other woman, to be honest.
Yeah.
So when she asked me why I called her a pick me, right? I
Mhm.
realized, okay, because at first she changed her name to pick me. It looked like she was just all in it for the fun, like we
Oh
were
yeah, I
doing.
saw her. I saw
Yeah.
her.
And when I noticed that, I was like, oh, okay, she cool, nothing wrong. And then
Mhm.
so when she asked me, I said, you asking me, right? And then she said, yeah. So then I went on to tell her, like, these men are degrading you and you're not giving them no pushback. But then you're willing to side with them against me. So I'm letting her
Mhm.
know why I called her a pick, right? Um, and then she tried to say no, she was disagreeing with me because I had said something like I was taking up for women, which is another pick me sign, right? So I'm taking up for women, and you
Mhm.
decide as a woman who I'm taking up for that you need to come and beat me for these men. That's also another sign. That's the pick me right there.
It is, but it's so shocking. And I've been talking to a few of my friends and even some of my sorority sisters about this sickness with these men and their hatred for women. And I'm like, what did their mothers do to them? And their fathers must have abandoned them because it's just this hatred. And then another thing that I'm going to have to put on them and go on these panels and blow their mind with is that they don't even understand that every social economic class have its own standards and rules and regulation within that class. They're so young and they're so ignorant and they don't have the exposure that they don't even understand that bomb.
Yeah.
They don't understand that what you do in the working class, it's other rules and regulation in the middle class, it's other rules and regulations in the upper middle class, it's other rules and regulation with the wealthy. Everything is based on your experience, social economic exposure, social economic class. And so they want to do everything with a blanket statement. And they want to blanket everything.
Right. Kind of.
And,
I
and- and-
kind of. At first, I wanted to disagree with you, but I agree with you, right? Because depending on where you are in
correct.
your life will depend on where you are, right? Where the spaces you get invited to.
Yes, that's all I'm
And you
saying.
no, I agree with you. I'm
Because
agreeing with you.
let's look at this. You know, I have some social circles, social that the main thing is who their daughter going to be debuted with. Is she going to be debutante ball with the links? Is she going to be debuted with the AKAs?
Yeah,
Then another social group or cousins or family members, they don't know anything about that, and that's not their concern. That's
you're
not
right.
their world. When one mother is stressed out about, oh, well, who's going to escort her? Is it going to be a boy from the right family?
Right.
And then your other cousins, they just want to know about the backyard barbecue, and that's it.
Yeah. See, that's
And
why. See, I like having this conversation with you because you even though I know what you're saying is true because I've heard it, but I never had those concerns neither. But I'm always been interested in like the debutante balls and things like that. I've heard about them, but I've never been, right?
yes, ma'am.
Um, and and so you're giving even me a new perspective, and I know your perspective is correct, but you're also you're concerned you're definitely correct and that I never been concerned in that. But I find myself wondering like who my children wives will be. Cause even though at one time I felt like it didn't matter, like whoever they fall in love with, blah, 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 blah. But it
Mhm.
does matter for the sake of the entire family, their family, who they have when they have children, like what they do today and who they marry and things like that
Correct.
will affect their children and their lifestyle
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
rest of their time.
And what I'm saying, I have a dual experience, mom.
Hmm.
So I know both sides.
Yeah.
And so, like he was saying, it's easy to raise kids. Well, let's say you're in the hood where you're going to sit your child in front of the TV set, and the TV set is going to babysit your child most of the day, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, that may be easy. Compared to on the other side of the tracks, your upper middle class. Well, that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Your children are going to be in ballet. Your son is going to be in one sport. They're going to be in another activity. They're going to be in another activity. Some black moms who are upper class that have their children Jack and Jill, that's a whole nother thing. Because how the Asian mother, she's the tiger mom. The black
Mhm.
elite woman, she's the Black Panther mom. She's the Panther mom. So there's all these activities. There's all this, everybody's competing with each other. That's
Mhm.
a different level of stress. That if you're just relaxed in the hood and you put your child in front of the TV set, of
You
course
ain't
it's
got
easy to parent that child.
no, you're right. And that's why when he was asking me, nah, parenting wasn't that easy. And then when I went through my pictures, I'm not sure how long he was here, but I
Yeah,
have one
I
son.
saw all of it. Your kids were in
Yeah,
sports, all of it.
right. So one son playing basketball while the other one running track, and hubby he would go to the track while I'm going, with this one who either playing football or this. And we had to split that up and make this work so they can have an active parent, their events with them.
Me and my husband did the same thing. So sometimes part of the family is at one sporting event. Another part of the family, we're at the other event because both kids have activities at the same time.
Right. That's
Plus cultural activities, plus tutors, because you're afraid that they have to compete to try to get into a university, plus
mm,
the cultural experiences, plus, so they don't even understand because they're so limited that at every level it's more pressure and more difficult to parent a child because there's different expectations at every level.
man, you worded this way better than I worded it, but no, nothing like you doing
I'm
because
gonna
you're
hit,
wording
listen,
it.
I'm gonna hit that panel. We're gonna start getting them, Bomb Cherry.
Man,
We're going to just double barrel on them because
girl, you good at this shit, girl. Because even
I'm going to have to shut them down because I'm kind of tired of what I'm seeing out here and
mm,
the disrespect, especially of the black woman. When a lot of these young men, they're not qualified to even have a pet. And so, you know, they just
wait,
need a reality check. These young women, I don't know who their mothers are. I don't know who their grandmothers are. So
yeah,
it's just really, really sad. It's like they're all delusional.
man, you good with the words, man. Like because I'm showing the pictures and I'm saying my kids was in this sport, that sport. I'm saying the same thing you said, but you said it more concise. Like you was able to put it and without going through pictures and shit. But I was just showing, hey, this is how I'm a parent, and here go my sons
And it was
as through the
beautiful because
years.
I did the
You know,
same thing with mine. My
yeah,
son did taekwondo, then he did soccer, basketball, track. My daughter did ballet, dance, track, volleyball,
yeah,
plus other activities, community activities, social activities. So
right,
it's a lot if you are trying to compete, and it depends on what kind of child you're trying to raise. And they don't
man.
understand that at every level it is different stressors and different expectations. And sometimes
Yeah.
it's almost overwhelming because they don't understand that at every level there's different pressures on you and different expectations for your children
I
and
like when
different
you say
community
compete too.
expectations. They don't
But
get it.
you notice they don't want to compete with nobody. They think everybody all the men gonna come together and kumbaya and
Oh,
help each
yeah.
other and be friends. And even in my story, I'm showing that I had friends, but they're not necessarily what I would trust. When they
Correct.
find out. but they still could be friends, still the same. They just different types of friends, right?
Yes, ma'am. Because not all friends can come to your home.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
just the way it is.
and they think that sounds crazy. Why would you befriend somebody like that? Well, there's a reason, right? I befriend this person because of this. This is the part of them that I like, you know,
Hmm.
up until assaulting someone, then that's when
Yeah.
I had to draw a hard line, and then there was no friendship no more. You know,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what ended that friendship. But because that who else to have a man in our group, you know, for that to happen.
Yes,
Yeah, that
exactly.
that was crazy right there. But yeah, no, you know, and so the question was, can they learn anything from me? Which is shocking because I wasn't over there trying to really teach
I
about
think they
being a
can learn something. I feel
most
that I
definitely.
can learn something from you.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely learning something from you. I would love to, you know, when you mentioned the debutantes and that, I've never been a part of that world, but I've heard of it. You know, I've been
Yes, ma'am.
close to somebody in the family who were either AKA or,
Hmm.
you know, they went to college. They was either in a sorority or fraternity. And in Louisiana, they got other types of groups, you know,
Of course, because
culture.
my dad's side is from Louisiana.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
they
there's
have
a lot of social
cultural,
clubs
right. Social clubs
and
is a
also
big
Mardi
thing.
Gras clubs too. Yes.
Yes, that's a big thing where I'm from, you know.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
but I didn't raise my kids there, so we didn't really, you know, get into none of that.
Hmm.
I didn't get to really teach them about the culture
Yes,
that
ma'am.
way. But no, I agree with you 100%. And you know, I'm okay with I could say something and people disagree. I'm okay with that. But when they
Hmm.
try to make it seem like you're older, so you don't have no idea. At the same time, Ivory, they like to talk about the older times. And they
I
were like,
know they
people,
weren't even there. Like they were trying to talk
ex-
about Freaknik, and I never went to Freaknik, but I had friends who were at Spelman, friends who were at the HBCUs,
hmm
and they would go to Freaknik. And they don't even understand that it was something that was positive and something that was innocent. And
right,
then over time, other people started coming in and kind of changed it toward the end. But
yes,
and they don't know anything about Chic, Lay Freak the song. They don't know any of those things because they're
right,
only go on a hearsay.
exactly.
Not that it was really just kids that did not go home over spring break who stayed there and they started activity. I was on the
Yeah,
West Coast, so I never went, you
yeah,
know, but it was something that was popular and it was something that was positive. And then when a lot of outsiders started coming in toward the
then
end,
it
it
started.
did change up
Yeah, it changed up and got a little wild. But even
and it
that,
got
it
a
was
little
only wild.
wild.
Yeah, but it was even wild just for those who wanted to participate in being wild. But the
Correct.
majority of people still was there to,
It was
you
just to
know,
have fun.
yes, they have fun as young people. But when they asked me, did I go? I said yes. And then they wouldn't listen to none of the information I gave about it.
Yeah.
Now so it's not, they want to go by what they heard. And I'm like, but you wasn't even born yet. They were like, no, this happened in the 2000s. I'm like, but it started in the 80s. I think it may even started in the 70s, like late 70s. I
Hmm.
can't
Hmm.
remember. But like you said, uh, it was innocent. It was small at first. It grew and grew. And by the time, I was an adult, which
Hmm.
means they were born, shit had got out of control. But even then, it still is a cultural phenomenon, right? Because
Yes, yes.
uh, in in Georgia, particularly Atlanta, they wouldn't, the music and stuff that came out of that was mainly because of Freaknik.
Hmm.
They helped that music go worldwide, you know, because of culture. Because that
Yes.
was the time when they didn't play hip hop on the radio. So you had to get the music some kind of way.
Hmm.
But anyway, they don't know none of that because they don't care about none of that. All they
Yeah.
know is they heard freak and then they thought that it had something to do with freaking. You see?
Another thing I noticed with these so-called young people and these so-called men, I guess they're red pill experts. a lot of things that they speak on, I know they don't come from two-parent homes, because usually these type of things you watch and you learn from your parents or your grandparents.
Yeah.
And just the way these young men act, I just don't see them having strong fathers and grandfathers.
Right.
I can just tell. I remember my son was he was little and he was playing travel basketball, and he was on a new travel team, and the coach came up to him and he shook the coach's hand, and the coach said, "Oh, I know you have a father," because of the way my son shook his hand, because he was taught that you have a firm grip and a firm handshake as a man, and he was shaking hands like a man when he was maybe 8 years old.
Yeah.
And just from a handshake, he said, "I know you have a father." A lot of these young men, I don't think they were raised by a father, Bob.
No,
I
I
just don't
think they
believe
admit
it.
that. Yeah, they admit that. But then, so how I always ask them, if you ain't have a man helping raise you, then how
Mhm.
you know what being a man is?
They
And
don't.
then they don't at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know at all. So even when like we have a OG over there trying to give them some education, right? And they don't care what OG got to say, you know. Um, they don't care. And OG is older than me. OG is, in his 70s.
Wow.
And yeah, so OG, he coming in, and he we still want to talk like the young people, so they can like we could communicate with them.
Hmm.
But at the same time, when we tell them, hey, like, what you're beating up on women, what 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 does that lead men? Like, if you beat up on women, you got to know that we're not going to be subjugated, right? They don't like feminism, but they should definitely be aware how strong feminism is, right? Laws and all kinds of shit been changed due to some woman or a group of women. So why would they think that they can just subjugate women? We're not going for that, especially with the little freedom we done had in the last 20 years, 30, 40 years now. Nobody wants to go back. And that's why a pick me is dangerous. Pick me is
Yeah.
dangerous because a pick me is she's willing to go backwards just to be picked.
But what I don't understand is that in the Black community, my family's from the South, and my ancestors were in slavery. The Black woman was always there working.
Exactly.
Most Black women worked. If you were able to reach a certain social economic class, especially when your children were little, you were able to stop working. I got married uh, older. I had already had a career, established myself. I got married after I turned 30. So I was an older mom, established financially, my husband and I. And so when I got married, I took time off, because just from my background and my career, I know that 0 to 5 is crucial in a child's development. So I was able to take time off of work and stay at home with my children for a season. And then when they got older, I went back into my career. And a lot of women, when they can afford that, they would do that, or they would do what's best for their family. Um, when the economic system crashed economically, then it was time for me. The children were older. It was time for me to go back to work. But a lot of Black women, they don't even have that ability to even have a husband that say, "Hey, you don't have to work if you don't want to. You can stay at home," because being a homemaker, cooking, cleaning, taking care of the children, that is a job within itself that's harder
Oh,
than going
yes,
into
it
an
is.
office and working.
Yes, it is.
Um, and then when you are a stay-at-home mom, especially when you're in an upper middle class community, then you run the PTA, you work with the school to do the field trips for the children. So
Mhm.
you're giving back to the community, because when you're in certain communities, that's what the moms are expected to do. So you're expected to be on the PTA. You're expected to, out in these suburbs, The PTA has large budgets that the teachers used to come to us and we would allocate funds for additional field trips. That was paid out of the PTA funding, paid for music classes, paid for stuff. So this is the way it operates out in the suburbs, out in California, that even when you're a homemaker, you are running the community. You're involved with the political things. You're running the
Right.
PTA. You're dealing with the junior league. You're dealing with all these different activities. You are the soccer mom. You are the basketball mom. You are the football mom. And that's how things run smoothly. So not only are you working at home, you're also working in the community.
Man,
But these
I
young
threw
people, they don't even know about it.
right. I threw my whole family in the community. Like my husband was out there showing whole communities how to fish. It not even
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
like he had gotten the money donated for the rods and everything needed, and he was in the
Exactly.
park before we took him to a free tournament for children, right?
Hmm.
Hubby, for 2 weekends prior to the tournament, we went into the community park and showed people how to cast and wine and bait and all of that, right? I am the one who said, "Yeah, but you gonna do this?" And he was like, "Yeah." Made sure he was off from work. My children was a part of the youth council. One of my sons was the president of the youth council. I was the president of the resident council, which is the adult group. That's the
Hmm.
president of the community. All of this stuff. This is what I've done. I put in the work. I'm not just wasn't just talking. I was actually doing the work. Here on the internet, we got people when they say that parenting is easy. Um, I want to know what they were doing
But they're
because,
not
like you
doing. But,
said,
but they're not parenting. They're
right,
not, because if you know what it takes to be a part of the community like you and I, to
mhm,
have your children in sports, also volunteering your time. Your husband is volunteering in the community, also helping with the sports. It's a whole family effort. Even sometime if you're blessed and the grandparents are still living, they too are helping. It's a whole
yeah,
community thing. A lot of these young people, they were not raised like that.
right. Man, let me tell you, one time I think a teacher complained about my son in class,
Mhm.
and hubby took a half a day off and went to that school and sat in that little chair, right? He sat like he was a student in that classroom to see what
Mhm.
our son was and wasn't doing. I remember it because I remember, you remember, baby, you was hurting for weeks, months after that, huh? For sitting in that little desk for half of the day. I remember him complaining how his back was hurting because of that. Like we were active parents. Hubby,
Yes,
we was at the parent teacher conference. My sons, when they played sports, the school appreciated because my hubby, was selling all them products that they make kids sell so they can
exactly.
get the money. They know them children not selling that stuff. They know the parents got to do
It's
it.
the parents. My daughter did the Girl Scouts, selling the cookies.
Hmm.
So they just don't understand, because I don't think their parents were hands on. I don't think that they were raised.
Hmm.
A lot of these young people didn't properly raise them, and you can tell.
Yeah.
I can see straight through them. That's why they couldn't even handle me
Oh
if
no,
I
they
hit
couldn't
these
handle
panels,
you.
because I can see straight through them,
Yeah.
you know. But
And
it's
we
a
go get to
pleasure. I
work.
really appreciate you
Thank
letting
you
me
for
come
coming.
in.
Yeah,
It's a
most definitely.
pleasure. And when I
Whenever you
see
want
you
to,
live, I'm gonna come and support you. And when I see you on these panels, I'm gonna come up and back you up.
yeah, or just come up and talk your thing, and I'll
I
have your back
will.
if I'm over there. And yeah, I enjoyed this conversation with you, and thank you.
Thank
You know,
you. Take care.
yeah. Okay,
Bye
you
bye.
too. Bye. Okay, y'all. So I'm about to end the stream because hubby just came up. You feeling better, back? Hello. Okay. You need a Nyquil or Dayquil? Nyquil. Okay. Um, last night when I ended the show, I went over there by Trey, and I had a good time. But I wasn't up here with hubby, like y'all didn't hear him snoring or anything, because I just went downstairs. I was standing in the kitchen the whole time. I'm thinking I might go down there because I want to make some. Want to make some. I think I want to make some pizza dough. What today is? Today Monday. I think I don't know what the day is, y'all. That's what. Let me see. Oh, I can look down here. Oh yeah, today's just Monday. I'm shocked. My grandson not here. Um, Probably because everybody's sick. Okay, everybody's sick, y'all. Everybody's sick. Um, and I was down there last night. I'm thinking about if I decide to go over there and see what they talking about. I do want to go over there because I think it's women chosen topic. So I'm gonna go over there and support the ladies and just trying to decide if I'm gonna sew and be up here or if I'm gonna go downstairs. Because I want to make some rolls also, do some baking. Because my baking powder and baking soda stuff, look, it's ready. They're gonna be expiring on me soon. I got some probably whipped cream down there that I bought like in November. It's gonna be expiring soon, so I gotta do something with it. I'm think maybe make some candy, some caramel, or just make some butter. Make some butter with it. I gotta do something with it. Um, Make some yogurt. I gotta go look and see what the milk is doing. I want to make some ice cream too. I do have some. My son bought some lactate milk. Lactose. Is it called lactate? Yeah, lactate. I should go down there and make some ice cream. If y'all want to know how to make an ice cream, I gotta think about it. I'll think about it. I do have some stuff down there and show y'all make quick ice cream, and I can show you how to make an actual ice cream. Make like an actual um creamy, very creamy ice cream. Um, Without you needing heavy whipping cream. Or I can try to make a quick ice cream using heavy whipping cream. Okay. I gotta think about it. Um anyway, I'm gonna be over there. That's where I hang at nights, so I don't have to be live the whole time. I'm still considering if I'm a want to do my thing where I'm hosting all night or day. I actually prefer to be on other people's stuff. I'm okay with following their rules. I'm okay with, that. And when I'm not okay, like if I decide that I want to say something, I'll just sign on to my own thing. But for now, yeah, I got so much on my plate, man. I'm sewing. Uh, I was thinking about opening back up to start making prom dresses and things like that again. But that's a lot, you know. By now, if it wasn't for COVID, by now I would have had me a little brick and mortar, like an area where people could come. I don't want people coming to my house. After COVID, I'm really not for just strangers just walking in my house anymore like that. You know, um, yeah. Before COVID, though, I was okay with people coming by so I could hem their clothes and stopping by, dropping off their thing. But after COVID, I'm not down with that no more. I'm not down for that anymore. People bringing in germs and shit. I'm getting too old to be, when you're healthy and young and shit, you feel like you're gonna live forever and ever and ever. And you be not considering, you just be like, yeah, and you don't be caring. But once you start realizing viruses and things like that, stuff I learned during COVID, um, and then I'm getting older, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, yeah, I want to be here for my grandson. You know what I mean? So yeah, I got to take care of myself and my surroundings a little better. So I'm a little more cautious. I'm not getting in those strange people cars without the mask on. So yeah, I'm gonna be the one who y'all gonna see in a mask, and I'm not giving no that. And nobody better tell me I'm okay with y'all not being in a mask. Don't just ignore me being in one. Consider me Michael Jackson's, okay? That's right. Lucky I ain't got no gloves on like he was wearing. He would go out and he would have full mask on, okay? Which I don't blame him because remember he was a famous person with a lot of people surrounding around him. So it makes sense that he would want to protect himself from all them strange germs. It makes sense. Anyway, I'm out, y'all.